時間になりましたので、セッション J ですね、製造業における現場での安全衛生活動を始めたいと思います。私は司会の清水翔健です。サブチェアは、ジュリアンさんと、北条先生です。よろしくお願いいたします。で、本日はですね、3人の発表になります。まずはじめに、AGC 株式会社の井上様、ご用意の方をお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。出ておりますでしょうか。
はい、見ております。はい、では、ご準備ができましたら、よろしくお願いします。
はい、皆様、こんにちは。AGC の井上でございます。本日はですね、ここに示してある内容についてお話しさせていただきます。まず、AGC グループの事業概要でございます。AGC グループですね。AGC グループはヨーロッパ、アジア、アメリカに展開し、30を超える国と地域で事業を展開しておりまして、日本以外の売上高は 70%、従業員も 80% を占めるというグローバルカンパニーでございます。で、多くの製品でございますけれども、多くの製品で世界トップクラスのシェアを保ってございます。建築用のガラスであったり、自動車用のガラスであったり、フッ素樹脂であったり、こういったような事業を展開している会社であります。次に、我々が創出したい社会的価値ということについてお話しさせていただきます。まず、AGC グループは、ここに示す通り、事業活動を通してですね、5つの社会的価値を創出いたします。その中でですね、その実現に向けて、機会とリスクの項目について、AGC マテリアリティとして、10項目を今挙げております。この中でですね、リスクの中に公正安全な働く場の創出というのを挙げておりまして、職場の安全確保もその重要な経営課題として、しっかり取り上げて、対応を図っているところであります。次に、経営トップの積極関与と安全衛生の管理方針についてお話しさせていただきます。これはこの写真はですね、私どもの CEO 平井でございます。で、AGC ではですね、経営トップが安全確保に積極的に関与しています。そしてですね、安全、環境、品質、コンプライアンスは事業の前提、公明正大な企業活動により社会的責任を果たすというメッセージを主要なコミュニケーションの機会ごとにですね、繰り返しグループ内外に発信し続けています。ですね、すみません。これはですね、経営トップの積極的な関与の中でですね、各拠点を積極的に訪問をしています。CEO 自らです。で、現場を視察してですね、従業員と直接コミュニケーションを図っています。これはその一例を示す写真であります。次にですね、AGC グループの安全衛生方針につきましてですが、安全なくして生産なしという、共通したですね、安全衛生ポリシーのもとに、重要施策の方針として、重篤災害の発生リスクを下げる、それと安全衛生に関わるリスクを上げるというですね、ハードウェア、ソフトウェア両面から取り組んでいます。次に安全衛生の管理システムについてお話しいたします。 安全衛生、OHS の管理システムは、PDCA をきちんと回していくということでありますけれども、ベースとして、SDGs のゴール8、働きがいも経済成長もというところと、その中のターゲット 8.8 に沿った活動というふうにしております。で、具体的には、ISO45001 を基軸とする AGC グループ OHS-MS を運用しておりまして、で、その運用の実態を OHS 統合情報管理システムにより、非常にグループ全体の情報を統合し、必要な場所には内部監査やコンサルティング活動を実施しています。下の絵はですね、そのコンサルティング活動の実施状況であります。次に、安全衛生の具体的な展開の中でですね、社外の専門家による第三者診断を活用したチェックとアクションを実施しております。特にですね、安全文化の8軸モデルというのを採用いたしまして、オペレーションの仕組みと組織文化の両面からですね、現場の状況をきちんと定量化し、活動の活性化を図っております。右にあります写真はですね、中国での活動状況を示したものであります。次に、リスクを下げる活動の実例をお話しさせていただきます。で、リスクを下げるというのは、国際規格に基づくリスクの低減活動を進めております。ISO12100、IC60204-1 等を基軸とする機械安全、これは長らく続けてですね、実施しているところであります。またそれに加えてですね、最新の技術を積極的に取り入れています。上にはですね、熱中症の予防システム、あるいは音響カメラによる騒音範囲の特定、こういったような技術を現場に展開をしています。次に、意識を上げる活動の事例を紹介いたします。意識を上げる活動といたしましては、まずは教育研修に取り組んでおります。各種の実習、あるいは VR を使った研修、こういったようなものをですね、取り入れて実行をしております。またですね、意識を上げる活動の啓発活動や価値観の共有ということに関しましては、私どものですね、安全なくして生産なしという標語をグローバル世界24カ国語に翻訳いたしまして、それぞれの拠点のラインの横にですね、理解しやすい言語で貼り出し、共通してグループ内で使っています。またですね、意識を上げる活動としての情報共有としてはですね、さまざまな取り組みを皆で共有し、安全意識の向上を図っています。また、認知と称賛というのが非常に大事であるというふうに思っておりまして、優秀な活動をしているところには、コーポレート、本社からですね、有料表彰を出しているということを徹底してやっております。最後にまとめであります。ビジョンゼロではですね、セブンゴールデンルールというのを定めておりますけれども、今日お話ししました私どもの経営トップの積極的関与から、4番の意識を上げる活動の事例につきましては、このゴールデンルールとですね、合致した形で進めているというふうに整理することができます。最後にですね、さまざまな施策で公正安全な働く場を創出して仲間を守り、未来の AGC、そして未来の豊かな世界に貢献してまいります。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
井上様、ありがとうございました。ただいまのご講演に対して、質問等ありますでしょうか。 校長先生、いかがでしょうか。
はい、ありがとうございました。AGC の、社内で皆さん一丸となって安全に取り組んでいらっしゃる。特に賞賛と認知というのに私もすごく賛同いたします。で、質問一つよろしいでしょうか。
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい、日本語で喋った後に英語で喋ります。14枚目には各レベルの管理者が安全衛生に対する考え方を明確にする必要があるというふうに記載されておりまして、井上様もそのようにおっしゃっておりましたが、それもそうですけれども、それについても誰もが同じ方向性を持つことが非常に大切になってくると思います。で、管理者のレベルでAGC さんのような大きな会社は一貫性を保つためにどんな活動をしていらっしゃるかお伺いしたいと思います。On the first PowerPoint document, you stated that the manager of each level must clarify his or her way of thinking about safety and health. However, I think it is important for everyone to agree and has consistency of the way of thinking about safety and health. Are you doing any special activities because AGC is such a big company? So do you have any special activity to make them consistent in management level? もしお願いします。
はい、ご質問ありがとうございます。特別っていうのはないといえばないですね。っていうのは、安全活動は基本を愚直に繰り返すこと、これが非常に大事だというふうに思っております。で、そういう意味で特別なものはないというふうな意味であります。で、基本的には AGC グループが目指す基本方針は、プレゼンテーションの中でお話ししたように、安全なくして生産なしということであります。で、これは経営トップからですね、拠点のリーダー、あるいは LINE のリーダー、さらにはもう少し細かいチームのリーダー、一丸となってですね、同じ方向を向いてやっていく。で、その手段の方向も、プレゼンテーションでお話ししたように、リスクを下げる、意識を上げるというハードとソフトの両面の分かりやすい表現を使っております。そしてそれをビジュアルにも目立つところに分かるように、各国語に訳したポスターをそれぞれ目立つところに貼って、繰り返しそれを試作故障するとですね、毎日唱和しながら繰り返していると、こういうことで共有化を図っております。
わかりました。ありがとうございます。Everyone understands the policy of the company, and the slogan is easy to understand for everybody. So their direction of safety and health will be, naturally consistent, you said. Thank you. ありがとうございます。すいません。はい。
ありがとうございました。では、井上様、どうもありがとうございました。
はい、どうもありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございました。はい、
では、2件目のですね、ご発表に移りたいと思います。2件目のご講演は、セーフティグローバル機構、グローバル推進機構会長で、明治大学名誉教授であります、向野先生、よろしくお願いいたします。
Hey, thank you very much, Chairman, Dr. Shimizu. Okay, at first we use a PowerPoint. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everybody. My name is Masao Mukaidono. I am chairman of the Institute of Global Safety Promotion. The title of my presentation is Safety for Workers is a basis for the new social values, which means well-being. Okay, here. Let's look let's look at the flow of development of safety technology from the point of who is performing safety functions in the systems. At first, humans perform safety function. That is, humans use dangerous machine with caution. I would like to call this era as safety 0.0. Next, an era has come to make machines safe with technology. Technology is mainly performing safety functions through machines. We call this era as safety 1.0. Now we are in this era. The basic principle at this point of time is safety based on isolation and start. Next is the era that is about to begin. Safety functions are performed in collaborating using ICT. Yeah, ICT, such as IoT, AI, image processing, and big data, etc., which are currently developing, will be used to perform safety function. We call this era, new era as safety 2.0. Humans, machines, and environment can share data information with each other. And through communication, it becomes possible that safety is realized in collaboration. We call this safety as collaborative safety. Now, let's explain about collaborative safety, which is a new concept of safety. Collaborative safety is a safety that humans, machines, and the environment share data information with each other, and that is realized in collaboration through communication. That is, collaborative safety is a concept in which technology is a natural science, humans is a humanities, and organization or environment, which will be a social science, share information with each other and collaborates and harmonize holistically to share safety. Here, the environment includes not only physical environment, but also the social environment, such as organization, database, standards, rules, and etc. In collaborative safety, human ability are positioned and human motivation, health, happiness, etc. are emphasized. This is a lion model we often use and represents the history from safety 0.0 to safety 2.0. The lion represents the source of danger, that is a hazard. In old days, humans were careful to protect themselves, but in safety 1.0, we have ensured safety by technology such as isolation. For example, function safety that realizes the safety using computer is positioned in this safety 1.0. And in the era of safety 2.0, it has become possible for human and machine to work together in order to achieve vision zero. The technologies of safety 2.0 and the idea of collaborative safety are important keys. This figure shows the relationship between collaborative safety and the conventional safety technologies. In safety 1.0, we have ensured safety from the designer's point of view, focusing on technologies. Its basic principle is a three-step method, which designs machines safely and provides information for use to users. The final safety is left to the human, and designers is not involved in work. Information from machine side to human is on one side. On the other hand, in collaborative safety, technology, human, and environment shares data information and communicates with each other in both directions to realize safety in a collaborative manner. Other times, safety 2.0 technologies play an important role not only in providing information from machine to human, but also in providing information from human, organization, and environment to machine and both directions. Then, what can we do with safety 2.0? For example, humans can send out to machines personal physical condition, career, ability, etc. by a vital sensor, RFID, and etc. Also, it is possible for machine to respond intelligently according to the situation of the other parties using it. Information from environment can be sent to machinery and user also. As a result, human, machine, and environment can communicate with each other and work in collaboration. This improves real-time performance, enable high speed and flexible response to change. It is expected that these will be enable visualization of safety, compatibility between safety and productivity, and comprehensive overall and dynamic safety management and decision as possible. And collaborative safety are applicable in many various fields, such as human and machine cannot be separated. For example, it in the fields of manufacturing, civil engineering, medical care, mining, and infrastructure developments, construction, agriculture, amusement, and etc. Therefore, there is an urgent need for global standardization of safety 2.0 and collaborative safety. Here, changes talk to the Vision Zero activity at occupational safety and health. Left side of this table is a traditional OSH, occupational safety and health. That is, safety means no physical harm. Health means no physical illness and sickness, and well-being means no psychological problems. Right side of the table is new concept of OSH, which is proactive direction. That is, safety is freedom from untolerable risk, and we can work freely with Anshin. Anshin means with a peace of mind. Health means it is not only physical and mental healthy, but it's also a good social condition, that is soundness of mind and body. And well-being means satisfaction, happiness, and rewarding, and etc. Here, let's survey the future trend in occupational safety and health. In the field of safety technologies, the stream is from safety 0.0 by humans to safety 1.0 by technology and human, and from safety 1.0 to safety 2.0, by which collaborative safety is realized in harmonized with the technology, human, and environment, and with leads to collaborative safety. In the future, it is considered that this stream leads toward a new social value of well-being, which must be backed by safety and health. On the other hand, field of OSH. In the field of occupational health and safety, the number of fatal accidents and disaster accidents of workers will be decreasing, and we are moving towards the realization of physical health and mental health. And we are heading to the positive direction, which is in the Vision Zero activities, proposing safety, health, and well-being. As you know, half of population in the world is related to the working people, so that the safety of OSH will be affect all societies. We believe that in the future, this stream leads towards the same direction, a new social value of well-being, which must be backed by safety and health also. Let's consider the relationship between well-being and companies. The realization of well-being of workers is considered to have the following values for companies. It is survival foundation of the company. Well-being is a valuable society that should be renewed. So it is trusted by society that a company contributes to well-being of stakeholders and society. This increases cooperated value. It will be lead to business opportunity that leads SDGs and Society 5.0 and etc. So we know that well-being is an important issue for future companies to tackle. This is the final message. Those who are engaged in the safety job of workers. Improving the safety, health, and well-being for workers is to improve well-being at enterprise. This leads to the creation of new social value through collaborated social activities. That is, the value of new societies based on well-being for people, backed by safety and health. In other words, your activities are ultimately linked to the creation of social value. Conclusion is that safety is a good job that brightens the future. Let's work together to positively create new values in the new normal era. We look forward to your continued success. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukaido. Question or comment, Dr. Fojo?
はい、ありがとうございました。労働安全と労働衛生から見たウェルビーイングには何か違いがあるとお考えでしょうか、それとも同じと考えていますか。先生のご意見で構いませんので、お教えいただければ幸いです。Do you think there is any difference between well-being in terms of occupational safety and occupational health? I don't mind the opinion of your own, so I would appreciate if you could let me know. Thank you. お願いします。
I'm sorry. It stopped the communication. I'm sorry. Can you raise my voice? Hello?
You don't listen. Okay.
Can
Do you
you
have
raise my voice? I'm sorry.
No, I can hear your voice. So
Yes.
did you hear my question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. お願いします。
Oh, I'm sorry, I cannot answer your questions. Please again.
Dr. Fojo.
Okay. 労働安全と労働衛生から見たウェルビーイングには何かこう違いがありますか？あると思いますか？
はい。Can I answer in Japanese? Okay. It's very interesting question. 私の意見では、労働安全と 労働衛生と、それからウェルビーイング、3つを考えた場合、実は順番、the important is 順番ですね、オーダー。The first one、一番大事なのは、セーフティー、安全です。体の怪我をなくす安全。それが実現した後で、next step is a health、身体的なヘルス、physical health and mental health。それで3番目に well-being が来る。ということは、大事なのはこの順番であって、安全と安全のウェルビーイング、衛生のウェルビーイングが違うのかというと、いや、実は同じで、大事なのは安全を確保して、次に健康を確保して、そしてその前提のもとにウェルビーイングを確保する。そういう意味でウェルビーイングが最終目標で、違いは当然なくて、同じ目標に向かっていますというのが私の答えです。で、レイコ、we cannot see your voice.
Dr. Hojo.
Sorry. You mean, the first priority is safety and health, and the final goal is well-being. The order is very important, you said.
Order is
Okay,
very
thank
important.
you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mukano. Okay. The first presentation is about the paper entitled ISO 45001を組み入れた日本独自の OSHMS 規格の紹介。This paper will be presented by Mr. Shingo Saito from Japan Industry Safety and Health Association, Vzsj-Session. Please, Mr. Shingo Saito.
ただいまご紹介いただきました斉藤です。よろしくお願いいたします。では、パワーポイントを画面共有させていただきます。
はい、お願いします。
はい。改めまして皆様こんにちは、中央労働災害防止協会の斉藤と申します。まずですね、このビジョンゼロサミットで講演をさせていただく機会を与えていただきましてどうもありがとうございます。感謝を申し上げます。私の今日のお話はですね、ISO45001 を組み入れた日本独自の安全衛生マネジメントシステム規格の紹介をさせていただきます。ISO45001、2018年に公表されました国際規格でございますけれども、実はその国際規格が出る前にですね、日本では多くの事業場が労働災害防止のための活動を昔から取り組んできました。そして日本の事業場様がですね、事業場が取り組んでいたそれらの活動と、この国際規格である ISO45001 を合わせた、そういう企画を日本独自で作りましたので、ご紹介させていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたします。日本ではですね、昔から安全衛生活動、労働災害を防止するための安全衛生活動が行われてきました。そのいくつかをですね、ご紹介したいと思います。まず1つ目はですね、危険予知活動というもの、日本語で危険予知と言っておりますけれども、この活動をご紹介したいと思います。これはどんな活動かと言いますと、あるお仕事、作業の前にですね、その作業に潜んでいる危険について、チームで話し合うんですね。例えばですね、今日はクレーンで玉掛けをやりますよ。ワイヤーロープと荷物の間に指を入れたままクレーンで荷物持ち上げちゃったら大変だよね。なんてことをみんなで話すんですね。ではですね、どんなことをしたら安全に怪我しないように作業できるんでしょうかというのをみんなで話し合って、そして結果を出してですね、一人一人が実践するという、そういう活動でございます。これはですね、100年前からも行われているという記録がございます。危険予知活動というものでございます。 2つ目はですね、5S 活動ですね。これは日本語で整理、整頓、清掃、清潔、その頭文字を取ったものですけれども、職場のですね、整理、整頓、きちんとしましょう。いるものといらないものをきちんと区別して、いるものは必要な時にすぐ取り出せるようにする。そして、もういらないものは処分してしまいましょうということです。これによってですね、作業しやすくなりますし、必要なものをですね、探す無駄がなくなります。作業性も上がりますし、ルールを守るという意識ですね、それを上げることができます。そして3つ目ですね、日本語でヒヤリハット活動と言っております。これはですね、災害事故にはならなかったんですけれども、ヒヤリとした、ハッとした。これ今、氷の上で滑ってる写真、イラストがありますけれども、滑って転びそうになった。それでも怪我しなかったですね。ヒヤリとした、ハッとしたということを報告して、それの対策を講じるという活動でございます。怪我には至らなかったんですけれども、ここにはリスクがあるということで、誰かが怪我する前にそのリスクをなくしてしまおうという活動ですね。他にもいろいろな活動が日本では行われているんですけれども、今日はこの3つをご紹介させていただきました。この3つの活動はですね、日本の授業場で毎日のように日常的に取り行われています。そしてこれはですね、2017年、ちょっと5年ほど前に取ったアンケートですけれども、安全衛生計画ですね、事業場が作っている安全衛生計画にどんな活動を含めているんですかというアンケートを取りました。そうしたところですね、ただ先ほどご紹介しましたヒヤリハット活動が85、危険予知が 83%、5S 活動が 72%、多くの事業場がですね、このような安全衛生活動を安全衛生計画の中に取り入れて、組み込んで運用されているということでございます。もちろんですね、日常的にやられている活動ですので、いや、わざわざ安全性計画何入れてないよという事業場もありますので、実際、これらの活動をやっている事業場のこのパーセンテージはもっともっと高いと思います。そして次に、これらの日常的な安全性活動が労働災害防止に効果があるんでしょうかというアンケートを取ったところ、危険予知が 93% ですね。5S が 92%、ヒヤリハットは 88% の事業場が労働災害防止ちゃんと効果があるよというようにお答えをいただいております。日本がですね、昔から取り組んできたこのような安全衛生活動はきちんと労働災害の防止の効果が出ているということでございます。一方、安全衛生マネジメントシステムに関する企画ですけれども、1919年に厚生労働省がですね、指針を出しております。労働安全性マネジメントシステムの指針を出しています。一方、国際規格である ISO45001、これは2018年に公表されました。そしてですね、ISO という国際規格もいいんだけれども、日本は独自にやってきた安全性活動があるよね。そしてそれらの活動が組み込まれている厚生労働省の安全性指針があります、マネジメント指針がありますので、じゃあこの1と2を合わせたような、そういう規格を日本独自で作りましょうよということで、このJIS 45100というものが2008年に作られております。これはですね、マネジメントシステム、安全性マネジメントシステムの認証を取られた事業場のですね、労働災害の発生率を経年的に見たものです。このアクシデントというのがですね、休業1日以上の労働災害を示しております。このようにですね、認証を取って運用を続ければ続けるほど労働災害が右肩下がりに下がっているということで、安全性マネジメントシステムはきちんと運用すればきちんと効果が出るんだよということがこのように立証されております。はい、これは国際規格と日本の規格の違いですけれども、ISO 規格ではですね、国際規格ではこのように非常口ですとか、カードの大きさですとか、信号の色ですね、色の順番、こういったものを国際規格で決められております。 一方、日本国内だけの規格、JIS があるんですね。例えばトイレットペーパーの幅ですとか、靴の大きさですね、靴のサイズ。そして車のですね、ウインカーとワイパーの位置ですね。これ ISO と日本の JIS、ワイパーとウインカーの位置逆になってるんですね。日本の JIS ではウインカーがハンドルの右、ワイパーはハンドルの左になってます。JIS と ISO とは反対に回ってます。こういう日本独自の規格について、安全衛生についても新しいものを作ろうよということで、作りました。これがですね、ISO45001 と厚生労働省のマネジメントシステムのイメージでございます。両方とも安全性マネジメントシステムですので、この辺ですね、大体イメージ的には8割ぐらいは同じかなと思ってます。この紫の丸が ISO45001 としますと、この青い点々が厚生労働省の安全性マネジメントシステム指針ですね。ISO に特徴的なところもありますし、逆に ISO にはない日本独自の特徴もあります。この部分がですね、まさに先ほどご紹介しました日本の企業が昔からやっている安全性活動なんですね。だったらこれ一緒にやっちゃえばいいじゃないですか。そうしたらいい企画になるよねということで作ったのがこの JIS の45100という企画です。このようにですね、ISO という国際規格と日本の厚生労働の指針ですね、厚生労働省の指針、これを足し合わせた、そういうイメージでございます。はい。では、なんでこんなものを作ったのかということなんですけれども、日本ではですね、ISO45001 という国際規格が公表される前からですね、多くの事業場が安全性活動、先ほどご紹介しましたような安全性活動をすでに実施しておりましたし、それを組み込んだ厚生労働省の指針が公表されておりまして、それに基づいてマネジメントシステムを運用している事業場が多かったということ。そして2番目、ISO45001 にはですね、日本独自のああいう KY ですとか 5S とかヒアリハットという活動が含まれてないんですね。国際規格ですから当然なんですけれども、せっかく昔から日本の事業場が独自に取り組んできた活動なので、国際規格と一緒にそれもやろうよということで、厚生労働省が経産省、連合、そして経団連と協議してですね、国際規格もいいけれども、せっかく日本から続けた、伝統ある労働災害防止活動もやろうよということで、一緒に合わせたような企画を作りました。これが JIS の45100です。JIS の45100には ISO という国際規格が含まれておりますので、この45100という認証を取っていただくと、2つの登録証が手に入れることができるんですね。発行させていただいております。まず ISO45001 という国際規格と、そして JIS45100 という2枚の登録証を出しております。そして、この日本の認証数ですけれども、これ2020年というちょっと古いデータなんですけれども、ISO の45001は1400ぐらいですね。一方、この日本独自の規格である JIS45100、これは56になっています。今現在、大体80ぐらいまで増えてるんですけれども、9001、14001に比べたらまだまだ少ない、という現状になっています。これからもっと普及させていきたいと考えております。はい。以上でですね、日本独自の規格 JIS45100 のご紹介を終わらせていただきました。どうもご清聴ありがとうございました。
はい、斉藤様ありがとうございました。Mr.
ありがとうございます。
For a very interesting presentation. Now let's open question and comment from the audience. Do you have any question? それでは斉藤様、私の方から一つご質問よろしいでしょうか。
はい、お願いします。
今のご発表の中で、2020年にJIS の、日本独自のですね、日本JIS の45100が56件の登録というふうなお話でしたけど、少ないような イメージを持つんですが、どういった理由でそれほど差があるんでしょうか。
そうですね、
すいません、
一つはです。
ごめんなさい、今、質問をですね、ちょっと英語で通訳しますので、ちょっとお待ちください。
Okay, Dr. Shimizu's question to Mr. Saito is why the certification of JIS 45100, it is a Japanese version of ISO 45001, is it's Japanese specific standard is the number of certification of Japanese JIS 45100 is quite low because Japanese specific version includes both ISO and JIS. It's a question. The number is quite low. This is a question of Dr. Shimizu to Saito. はい、斉藤さん。
よろしくお願いします。
はい、ありがとうございます。ご質問ありがとうございました。一つはですね、公表されてまだそんなに1年ちょっとしか経ってない、2年経ってないということがあると思います。それともう一つがですね、やはりコロナ禍でですね、コロナの影響で認証をちょっと、延期しているというような、お声も聞いております。それともう一つがですね、まだまだ私どものこの周知が足りない、45100という規格のですね、周知が足りないのかなと思っています。いろいろなですね、媒体を使いまして、この45100といういい規格をですね、もっともっと広めていきたいと考えております。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
I understand that the JIS 45100 is quite new and didn't spread so much because of the COVID-19 or something. Thank you very much.
どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you. Okay. Next presentation is about the paper entitled is 日本製鉄の安全6則。This paper will be presented by Mr. Toru Shimiya from Nippon Steel Corporation。よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。じゃ画面共有いたします。
お願いします。
はい、映りましたでしょうか。
はい、映ってます。
はい、日本製鉄の趣味やと申します。今日は私どもの会社で行っております安全のルールについて、ご説明をさせていただきたいと思います。まずこれがつい最近の災害の度数率を表したものです。2008年以降、機械の安全化等を進めまして、順調に下がってきてはおりますが、2018年以降、下げ止まりの状態になっているというのが私どもの会社の今の現状でございます。で、残っている災害というのが、いわゆる行動災害と称する作業者の、不安全行動によるものが非常に多いというのが我々の認識であります。どんなことが起こっているかと申しますと、例えばこれはクレーンの高いところ、9メートルの高さのところですが、そこでベルトコンベヤの洗浄作業をやっている方が、両手に物を持って垂直タラップを上がっていました。で、垂直タラップ上がることによって、後ろに安全柵があったんですが、この上を飛び越えて、9メートル下に落下して、命を落とされました。教訓といたしましては、安全帯を使用することだけではなくて、手すり両手で持つとか、あるいはこういった垂直トラップが非常に近いところにあるところの安全柵はかさ上げするというようなことを、進めました。で、さらに次の事例ですが、こちらの方は17トンあります、いわゆるスケールバックですね、スクラップの入ったものですが、こちらを、吊り上げるときに、スリングが外れそうになったために、運転者でないもう一人の人がこのスリングに手を添えておりました。で、このスリングをピンと張るために、少し巻き上げたんですが、巻き上げすぎて、浮いた状態で、バッグが傾いて、で、挟まれて、これも 被災者、命を落としております。十分な退避距離を取ること、それからワイヤーは直接持たないということが教訓として得られました。でさらに3点目の事例ですが、これは大きな、重機の下で、ホースの片付け作業をやっていたときに、運転手さんが、停車していたんですけれど、運転手さんがそれに気づかずに発進させて、引かれたというものであります。重機の死角に入ったり、死角で作業しないということ、でさらには運転手は、運転するときには周りを確認してから、運転しましょうという教訓が得られました。こういったことが、発生しておりますが、その災害を分析しましたところ、このピンクで表しておりますのが、いわゆる機械に挟まれたもの。で、黄色で表したのが、いわゆる高所からの墜落、薄い緑がクレーン作業、で、濃い緑が、重機に引かれたというもの。今ご紹介したものがこの中に含まれておりますけれど、こういったもので死亡災害では、約 80%。で、さらに休業災害になりますと、含めますと、約半数ぐらいがこういったもので占められるということで、働いている職場にはいろんなルールがあるんですが、これらをもっと分かりやすく、少なく分かりやすくルールにした方がいいであろうということで、2016年に6つのルールを作りました。4番目までは先ほど申し上げましたように、重篤な災害の多い件数。で、5番、6番は件数は少ないんですけれど、一発被災しますと、非常に重篤な災害になるものを2つ加えて6つとしました。1番目は、機械の動く範囲に入るときには、必ずスイッチを切って、そこをタグアウトすると。スイッチに、札をつけるということ。2番目は高所での安全帯。3番目はクレーン作業ではツリンの下に入らず、退避距離を十分にとって、いわゆるフックを使うというルール。で、4番目は、重機やフォークリフトに近づくときには、必ず、運転手さんと総合確認してから近づきましょうというルールです。で、5番目は、製鉄業特有ですけれど、酸欠ですとか、あるいは一酸化炭素による、中毒の危険が非常に大きいので、その場合は必ず、検知器を使用すること。で、6つ目は感電ですけれど、電気を行う作業では、これもスイッチを切って検電をしましょうという、この6つのルール。これだけを徹底的に守ることによって、重篤な労働災害を減少させることができるということで定めたわけであります。で、これらを次からどのように、働いている人に周知しているのかということをちょっとご紹介いたします。まず1つ目は、ガイドブックを作成いたしました。A5 番の大きさのカラー刷りのもので20ページほどのものですが、これを、従業員10万人に配布をしております。記載してある事項は、言葉の定義ですとか、あるいはルールの目的、災害事例、さらには具体的にどういうことを守らなければいけないのかということを記載したものであります。これを使いまして、各職場では勉強会ですとか、読み合わせとかいうことをやって、このルールを浸透させようとしております。で、さらに、この6つのルールを書いたものを、クレジットカード上の大きさのプラスチックの、板にですね、クレジットカードに印刷しまして、それを常に、携帯するようにしております。いろいろな場面で手帳に挟んでありますので、こういったものが目に触れるたびに、このルールを、思い出すということを狙って、作っております。で、さらに各現場では、この写真にありますように、この6つのルールを、大きな看板だったり、あるいは掲示物に、してですね、漫画絵も入れながら、これもやはり作業しているときに常に目に触れるというような形で、常に見えるようにしているというような、活動というか取り組みも行っております。ただ、こういった見せるだけでは、なかなか行動まで結びつかないと、このルールをきちっと守るという行動に結びつかないというケースもありますので、4つ目の取り組みとして、この問題集というものを作っております。ここに3つちょっと事例を記載しておりますけれど、例えばスイッチを確実に切ったので、もう修理札、タグはつけなくてラインに入ったというもの、これは誤っておりますから、×。2番目、足場の上で作業を行うときには、足場板がちゃんと固定されることを確認してから行いますよと。 で、これは正しい行為ですから丸というような形でですね、丸と×で答えるという問題集を、1シート10問、これを20シリーズ作って、200問の問題集を作って、で、これを各職場で、1週間に1枚とかいう形で、取り組むという形で、浸透させようということを、やっております。で、それから次がですね、もう一つは、それでも、ここまでやっても、やっぱりこの6つのルールに違反して、被災するというケースが、なくなりませんでした。なくなっておりません。現在もなくなっておりません。で、そこでやはりこれは一人一人の作業に、実際にやっている仕事に置き換えて、一人一人に考えてもらわなきゃいけないであろうということで、行っておるのが、この6則再考活動というものであります。シートの左半分に、過去の災害を踏まえてやってはいけないことというのが、文章で書いてあります。で、これが丸か×かということを答えてもらうわけですが、基本的にはこれはもう全部×、こういうことはやってはいけませんと、過去の災害でこういうことで、怪我をしたということになりますので、×になるんですが、次に大事なのが、それらの行為が自分の作業に置き換えたときに思い当たることがないか、似たようなことをやっていないかというのを右半分に、手書きで書いてもらうというものであります。作業者が、いや、実はこんなことをやっているけれど、これも6つのルールに違反するんじゃないか、みたいなことを書いてもらうと。で、そうすると、実は管理者がそれに気づいていないことが、結構ありまして、で、管理者はそれぞれの、作業者の人が書いてくれたことに対して、チェックしなければいけないこと、フォローしなければいけないことを右側にチェックを入れるというような形で、やってもらうという取り組みであります。で、ポイントはですね、一番上に書いておりますけれど、これをグループで議論するのではなく、1人1枚必ず書いてもらうということになります。10万人全員にこのシートを書いてもらうということを行います。で、これによって自分の仕事にルールを置き換えて、ルールを、確実に、心に打ち込むということを目的にしております。で、ただここで上がってきた管理者の知らなかったチェック事項をつけたものについては、やはり改善をしていかなければなりませんので、管理者はこのような一覧表に、ピックアップしたものを整理しております。一番左側から、投資番号、それからルールのどれに違反するのか、で、作業場所、で、どのような作業があるのかということを写真とともに現場に行って、この提言者の氏名も書いておりますけれど、この提言者と話をしながら、こういうことをやってますということをやってもらうと。で、対応して、で、ついでにリスクアセスメントもやって、どういう改善をしていくのかということをしていくという取り組みでございます。これが6則再考活動。で、この6則再考活動の意義なんですが、これは一つの活動でいろいろな成果が期待できると考えております。まずステップ1番で一人一人に自分の作業に置き換えて書いてもらいますので、例になると思う。で、これで安全意識が、一人一人の安全意識が上がるんではないかと。で、ステップ2では、それを職場で自分がどういうものをピックアップしたのかということを話し合ってもらいますので、職場の中の対話が生まれて、で、さらにそれを管理者が眺めていることによって、その働く人の力量の評価もできると。で、ステップ3番では、これは管理者が直接書いてくれたことを自分の目で現場で確認するわけですから、リスクの抽出ができるし、それから管理者と現場の対話も無理やり生むことができると。で、最後、ステップ4番は、その挙げられたリスクを一つずつ改善することによって、より現場は安全な方向に向かうという目的、こういったものを全部期待して、今行っておるところであります。で、行動災害のために行っていることをちょっとまとめてみましたけど、今日のお話の中では、まずルールは数を絞って、みんなが覚えれるような量にして、それをきちっと守ってもらうということが一つ。で、さらにそのルールを常に見えるようにしておくということ。で、3番目は、納得してもらわなければ始まりませんので、自分の仕事に置き換えて、このルールを考えるということを、半ば強制的に実行するという、こういった取り組みであります。で、安全のルールだけではないんですが、私ども この模式図で表したようなイメージをしているんですが、三角形の底辺の左にルール、右側には、作業の実態。で、このルールと実態がかけ離れていればかけ離れているほど、災害が多いと。で、さらにはこのルールは管理者がルールを作るケースが多いので、管理者。で、右側が作業者。で、この気持ちが離れていればいるほど、やはり災害が多いと。で、これらをお互いのコミュニケーションによって近づけていくことによって、三角形の頂点にある災害ゼロというところに行くのではないかというふうに考えております。ですから、このコミュニケーション、ルールを作るだけではなくて、コミュニケーションも深めながら、このルールを浸透させていくことが大切だというふうに考えてございます。ご報告は以上でございます。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
はい、渋谷様、どうもありがとうございました。
Thank
you very much for a wonderful presentation.
Okay, Mr. Shumia's the 4 points of prevention of behavioral accident is number 1, minimum number of rule, and the visualization of rule, and understanding rule and applied rule to your their own website, and communication is very important to prevention. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. 一つ質問よろしいでしょうか。
はい。
非常に素晴らしいプレゼンテーションありがとうございました。ルールをですね、作業者に徹底させる非常に難しさを感じることが多いのですが、どのようなところを難しいなというふうに感じますでしょうか。今、英語でちょっと。
Can you tell some difficulties when you ask workers to follow, certainly follow rules?
はい、よろしくお願いします。
はい。最も難しいのは、ルールを破ることは作業者の責任だけではないということです。例えば、作業を急がせたり、あるいはルールを守れないような環境で仕事をさせているような場合は、作業者はやむにやまれずルールを破っているケースもありますので、ルールを全員にきちっと浸透させるためには、管理サイドもそれが守れるような環境を作るということが非常に大切だというふうに考えております。
Okay, you said some kind of a context of the rule is under some other people's, not only workers, but also management side have responsibility to follow rules. Okay, I understand. Thank you very much.
渋谷様、どうもありがとうございました。Okay, let's move on the next presentation. I'd like to next presentation chair, Ms. Julian Hamilton. Okay.
Hello and welcome from Down Under. My name is Gillian Hamilton and it's my honor to introduce Andreas Manka. Andreas is the managing director of Manka Constructions. He is all the way from Germany and he joins us to talk about his experience as a managing director of a construction company from Germany and their tagline, which is through their whole entire media, not just on some safety documentations, is that we build safely or not at all. So I'm looking very forward to hearing from Mr. Andreas. You have the floor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well? Is that okay? Okay, very good. I'm very honored and very much appreciated to be part of this summit because we are quite a small company in total. We are about less than 1,000 employees. However, it's our critical focus to work, as you said, safe or not at all, or safely as not at all. This is not my mother language, my mother tongue, but I try to do it as good as possible. So let me start my presentation. First of all, I would like to give a brief glance so that you can understand our company background. We are a typical civil construction company doing concrete works, road works and everything, real hands-on people, 75% blue-collar workers, and we work all over Germany
and also in the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. Some figures that you can understand the background very well. We have an annual turnover of 175 million euros. We work for 90% in chemical industry, people who care for safety. We have a very important issue. Our customers honor that. I must really say this. And we are 100% family owned, have some branches. This is probably not that important. However, what is important to us is that you have to understand that in German construction business, safety is not really a topic. So from the federal insurance, the figure published is that if every German construction company would have 1,000 employees, every company would have 49 recordable accidents a year, which is an incredible high number. In the last year, we are very proud that we had 0 accident. And I'm happy to explain a little bit the background of that. One more thing for the German particular background, it's probably hard to believe, but I hope that you trust in me that in German average construction sites, safety is not a topic at all. And I don't take any pictures of other companies' construction sites, but I look in the newspaper. And the biggest German economy newspaper publishes pictures like that. Or on the federal television program, we see contributions and presentations like that, where you see the top of the trees, the scaffold is far away, he has a helmet, but it's lying there, and people simply don't care. Think of any, for example, world-known chemical company taking a picture out of their laboratory where the people don't wear goggles, they don't wear any protection measures at all. The people simply don't care. It's a male industry, and we take care of ourselves, and you don't have to take care of me. This is the background that we operate in, and this gives us specific challenges because you have to convince people to work safe who are not touched by any safety issue in their typical company, in their company so far. So it is our central claim for more than 20 years. We work safe or not at all. I know that it should be safely, but as we are usually operating in German, it's for not native speakers easier to understand what we are talking about. And let's start with the outcomes. This is what I mentioned. The blue line is the company average. I have to compare myself with my industry. It's and we have recordable accidents compared to 1,000 people in every company of 49. And in the last year, it was in our company 0. The year before we had an accident, it was 1.64. So this is really a considerable difference, as you can see. Now, for this presentation, I think it's worth to focus on how we do this. And don't get me wrong, it was my intention to go really down to the laborers where the accidents might occur and not stay all in the management level, but go really down to the site, because this is where the risk is. I mean, you can have an occupational incident also in the office building, agreed, but the risky place is the site, the construction site. So how do we do this? First of all, we do have considerable competence. And from our roughly 160 white-collar workers, 12 deal exclusively with safety. They train the others. They are not the only ones responsible for safety. This is among all of us, but they are the experts. They write the message statements together with the execution people. They do the trainings. So first of all, you have to have, it's our understanding, you have to have really specific competence in the matter of safety. And then all of the years, we discovered that we work safe or not at all is quite good, but who is we? Who is that? And we try to break it down to I work safe, because if everybody says I work safe, then we have we work safe. And just as an example, what I mean by that is that on every construction, we had the following: all of our supervisors and management people signed with their personal signature on a paper. That's no big deal. But we printed that paper on a big plastic sheet. We have it on every site. And when we start a site, it's delivered with a blue permanent marker pen. And everybody who enters a site brings his own signature in between all the others, so that we can always say, sorry, you signed I work safe or not at all. You signed that. Why don't you do it? So we really break it down from we work safe. My personal goal is to say I work safe, not only myself, but all the others also. The next issue is that we have to have the maximum awareness. We have introduced, I don't know whether you can see this in front of the screen, we have introduced these last minute risk analysis cards that it's very cheap. There's an abundant number of that, also in different languages. People are carrying it with them. And if you approach people, you can always say, look at it. What have you done with that? So you have, and I compare my management job most of the time with a snowball glass that you have to shake all the time to keep the flakes up. And this is something because everybody knows how to work safe, but they have to do it in the right moment. This is a crucial issue. The next item that we asked ourselves, every one of us uses flies every once in a while. But if you look for the safety measures, how many people really care what the flight attendant does? Not a single fraction, actually. People read newspapers and so on because they are simply bored. And if you do all the introduction in the site, on site, we ask ourselves, how can we raise attention to this? And we introduced a card game. And imagine that we have whatever, a supervisor trains 12 people on site. Then he goes around with this card game and asks the people to choose a card. And on this card, there are questions. There are no answers, but there are questions. Where do we have to go to in case of an alarm, for example? And everybody knows among the trained group that at the end you are asked. So it's more to have a clear attention to the training, and not, well, we have to do all the training and hurry up because we want to work. It's more to really to have the focus on the content, because everybody knows he's asked, and you should not give a dumb answer at the end. So it's really, this has there's a 52 cards. They apply to all sites that we have, and I think this is a good approach. And the last one, because we want to make it sure that in our company things are different. In our business cards, the back of every business, the front is typical, but the back, it is printed, my goal, 0 accident, and a signature. And we introduce ourselves always starting with the back, because the people, when they want to have our details, they turn it around anyhow. So when we introduce, for example, in a negotiation meeting or whatsoever, when we introduce ourselves, we have all 5 business cards lying aside of each other, and it's written 5 times, my goal, 0 accident. So these are tiny issues. They don't make the world different, but I think it's a good advice to start in the small things. The next thing is, how do we transfer the knowledge about the incidents on site into the management area? Because from there, the training starts again. And there we have used some electronic device. All of our supervisors have smartphones. We have introduced our own safety app. This is part of our continuous improvement process. And it's very easy. We have in the past always, think of the supervisors, they are not keen on writing. They are people working with their hands, they are training, they are site people. So what we do, or what we did is to introduce a Minecart app where some, what we call a KVP or CIP, continuous improvement process card, they can speak into the iPhone, it fills out itself. And from there, you can easily make a picture. Some example here. Yeah, this should actually not occur on our sites. But you take a picture, you open the app, you speak into it, and then you have generated such a card. It goes to our safety department. And what is very important then is that from there it goes back to the site. Every second month, we have, for example, if there is an incident in the February of 2020, in April 2020, we bring back the pictures and the issues of February to our own sites. We don't buy any pictures, we have our own ones. And it's our conviction, we are convinced that people listen more if they see their colleagues instead of buying pictures from the picture stock. So these are the incidents, and then we ask ourselves, how can we track whom we trained? And we have invented QR codes on every helmet. So if somebody does a training, he simply scans the names, because then you can read who was there. With some difficult names, it's sometimes difficult to track whom you trained and whom you have not trained. It is easy to understand that this requires a lot of training. We have set up our own training yard because, for example, we discovered that the riggers communicate with the excavator drivers. If you have 10 riggers, they have 10 different signs. We have to standardize that. And this we discovered and train. For example, this excavator driver has to dig somewhere here where he cannot see. This is why we have the sheets here. And at the very end of my presentation, because it's my conviction that there is no second chance for the first impression. You have to make it right from the beginning. In our new office building, when you enter it, first of all, you go through the door where you see "We work safe or not at all." It's in German, okay, but "We work safe or not at all." You enter the lobby, and on top you have the number of accident-free days since the last accident. This is very prominent. And what is very crucial to us is all our meeting rooms, they are named safety helmet, goggles, hearing protection, gloves, and reflective vest. Why is that? Because if we, for example, have our recruitment interviews in the room helmet, every person asks, do I have to wear a helmet? No, you don't. But from the very first beginning, we talk about safety, because there is no second chance for the first impression. And this is also honored. I'm a little proud of that. We have a number of certificates, and in 2019 we get the highest German award to be awarded as the safest, not only construction, but the safest company in a nationwide challenge. So this is what I wanted to present, and I'm happy to answer all kind of questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Andreas. What a fantastic presentation. And for me, so quite insightful to hear from the managing director. Often the conferences that we speak at, they have so many safety professionals who, of course, are experts in their own right. But as we know, the leadership tone must start from the top for safety. And you yourself are wearing these shoes today and talking about your organization. And as you say, first impressions, and it lasts through your whole organization. I am very impressed. And my question is actually a question about your personal culture, in the sense of why and how did you decide that your organization must be this way? did you have a lived experience of a safety accident that has had impression on you? Have you some training? Do you see some aspiration? What is it that in your mind and heart that has made you decide that this is how your company must be?
Well, there was not a specific incident. It was, to be very honest, more economically driven, because compared to other industries, it's very difficult in construction to set yourself apart from others. And we had a horrible downturn after the reunification in the early 90s. In the mid 90s, the economy collapsed in construction industry, and the number of employees in the industry was reduced by 50%, 50. And our company is more than 125 years old, and we thought, how can we set ourselves apart? How can we be different? And you always find a company that has more excavators, that has higher cranes, more people, I don't know. And we said to ourselves in the late 90s, we want to be the safest construction company in the whole nation. And this was very difficult, actually, because as I showed you in the pictures of the television, safety is not a topic at all. But still we said, okay, then we have to look for customers who care. And all of our customers value safety. They don't want to be in the newspapers with an accident on their premises. And then this was initially the start. And from that on, we have tried to convince our own people, and I must really say this was hard work. But once, if you experience an incident and you have everything done to avoid it, it's very beneficial to the people in charge. And we had horrible incidents also. We cannot promise that we don't have any incident. We can only promise that we do everything to avoid it. And when we started, people were against it, and we lost also employees because they said, oh, I don't want to wear a helmet. I get a headache when I wear a helmet. Okay, on other construction sites, everybody does it, but here it's obviously difficult. However, we continued that, and you are right. It has to start in the very top. Usually, if we compare ourselves with other companies in our industry, somewhere in the middle of the hierarchy, somebody starts to talk about safety. Everybody says we don't want any incident, okay, but it's only a word, because if there is no full commitment, the people simply don't care. And this is where it all started, and we have started with that when we were 150 employees, and now in our group we are roughly 1,000. So this is something completely against it, but it's all about mindset. And my personal goal is the following. When I was a child, safety belts were invented in cars. And people were saying it's more dangerous to ride with a safety belt because in case the car catches fire, it's impossible to get out. Now I have an old-timer car without a safety belt, and people feel unsafe to ride it. And this change of a mindset, this is my personal goal. People must feel unsafe if they don't follow the rules, if they do not wear their personal protection equipment. This is my personal goal. And yes, we are a construction company. Others are also a construction company, but mine car is the safest. I hope this answers your question a little.
This is a fantastic answer, and also, your experience. And in my experience, I have also worked with companies who are small to medium size, and they have actually received significant growth, like your growth, 3x, 5x, the time that they were size-wise, when they decide to make great choices in customers, when they decide that they only want to work in places where safety matters. And this is a fantastic way to talk and to feel and to act in your organization. So I commend you. And I would also like to say that in a time such as now, in the great resignation period, a company must also aspire to new employees, that our workplace is a safe place to be. Come and work with us. As people make mass exits, this is one thing that we can actually attract our staff rather than lose them, as many others are doing at this point in time.
I agree. I fully agree. And it's really interesting to see a change in the generation, the young people, the younger engineers who join our company. They do not only think about whatever environment and all that, but they also they want to get safe, and they don't want to have an accident, and they want to explain to somebody that somebody gets really hurt because of X, Y, Z. They simply don't want this. And I think in the long run, we have the wind in our back. I hope, if you understand, I hope that you say it like this, sorry, to really have support from the people and from the, let's say, general movement of taking care of each other.
Absolutely. Our new generations coming through the workforce, they demand safe and responsible employers. So this is a fantastic presentation. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm honored to be your host. And we hand over now back to our Session J chair. Thank you so much, Mr. Andreas.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next presentation is about the paper entitled Road Construction Safety Innovation in Japan. This paper will be presented by Mr. Hisashi Aita from Nippon Corporation. はい、では、相田様よろしくお願いします。
はい。皆さん、こんにちは。株式会社日本の相田と申します。私からは、ロードコンストラクションセーフティイノベーションインジャパンと題して、発表させていただきます。まず、当社についてですが、日本で最も大きい道路舗装を中心とした道路建設会社です。舗装土木及び道路舗装材料の販売が全体の 72% になっております。会社の概要は記載してある通りです。これは当社の企業理念です。私たちは確かなものづくりを通して豊かな社会の実現に貢献しますとなっております。この表は日本における労働災害による死亡者の推移を表したものです。全体としては右肩下がりな傾向にありますが、その中で全産業の中で建設業が約 32% と最も多いことがこの表から分かると思います。そのような中で当社では安全作業5つの誓いを掲げて、従事者は朝礼等の後に全員で読み上げることとしています。まず1番は重機作業時、人との分離を実施したか。2番目に車両交代時、誘導合図を確認したか。3つ目に土砂掘削時、土留めはしたか。4つ目に高所作業時、安全帯を使っているか。5つ目に非定常時作業時、装置は止めたか。これら5つは過去に社内で発生した重篤な災害から得られた教訓となっております。また、工事現場では始業前に関係会社を含めて全員で安全朝礼を行います。特別安全朝礼ではさらに危険予知活動等の発表を行ったりしています。2つ目に、当社内の現場ではすべての自動車および重機ですね、の停車時に輪止めを取り付けることをルールとしております。3つ目は視覚体験としまして、どの位置にいればオペレーターから見えないのかをオペレーター以外の人が確認すると、実際に乗って確認するということをしております。4つ目として、マネキンを使った加害者探技研も実施しております。時々実施します。 最近ではこういった形で VR を使って被害者体験を実施することが容易にできるようになっています。で、これはですね、被害者の目線となる映像は360度カメラを使って自社で簡単に作れますので、こういったものを使っております。2013年、当社の従業員がタイヤローラーによる重篤な労働災害に巻き込まれました。このことを受けて、2014年、我々はワーカーセーフティーシステムを開発しました。これは重機による重篤災害をなくすこと、そして、仲間から被害者も加害者も出さないということを目的としたものであります。WS システムは、現場従事者の安全対策として、2014年から開発を行いまして、従来の止めるからすみません、従来の知らせるというものから見える、さらには止めるという方式に切り替えたものです。我々はその自社で起こった重篤災害のケースをもとに、ターゲットを、タイヤローラー、ホイールローダー、そしてアスファルトプラントとしました。今回の発表では、そのうちタイヤローラーとホイールローダー、この2つについてこのシステムを紹介いたします。まず WSS-TR、タイヤローラーです。ローラーの事故について、社内で発生した事故の統計から分析した結果、約 50% がタイヤローラー。他にもコンバインドローラー、マカダムローラーといったものがありますけれども、やっぱりスピードの速いタイヤローラーが一番多い。実際には 60% がですね、転圧作業時に起こっておりまして、70% が被災者に気がつかず、その 80% が更新作業時に起きているということが分かりました。どのような時に事故が起こるかというものを考察した結果、路面の温度を計測している時、冷気による端部の成形、プレートコンパクターにある端部の成形、転圧ですね。それとか異物の除去とかですね、あるいは交通整理をしている時などが考えられます。そのため、従来から空間的な分離、あるいは時間的な分離をルールとしているのが一般的となっております。WSS-TR は更新時に人物を検知すると自動的に提示するものです。その人物の検知方法は、磁界発生装置とセミアクティブ型の IC タグを使用しました。IC タグはヘルメットやポケットに装着しておきます。停止のメカニズムは、HST、油圧式の走行装置を持ったタイヤローラーにおきまして、制動距離が最も短かった。そういったことから、走行モーターのネガティブブレーキを利用しまして、タグに反応した瞬間にエンジンキーをオフの方向に回す。回転する装置を装着する方向でスタートしました。実際に 8km で更新した場合に必要な制動距離は約3メートルでありましたけども、ローラーの後方に3メートルの磁界を発生させると、その右、この上の図の通りですね、横で作業している人にも反応してしまうと。そこで、実際にはこういった、重機のですね、ローラーの両サイドにですね、後方から磁界を発生させる。そうすることで、ここに交差するエリアです。そこを有効な磁界エリアとします。そうすることで、横で作業している人には反応しない。ローラーが更新する動線にいる人にだけ反応すると。そういったことが可能になります。次に WSS-WL、ホイールローダーについての説明です。これは日本における一般的なアスファルトプラントの様子です。業務としては、アスファルトプラント、混合物の製造、販売、舗装廃材の受け入れ、再資源化などがありまして、その中でホイールローダーは、 必要不可欠なものです。最も大きなプラントでは、1日に約300台以上のダンプトラックなどの材料運搬車が出入りしています。日本には約1140のプラントがありまして、そのうち当社は全国に約150工場を保有しております。そのようなプラントにおいても、たびたびホイールローダーによる事故は発生しております。どのような事故が多いかといいますと、一番目に、プラントの従事者や、あるいはそこに来る業者さん、そういった方との接触事故。それと、2番目に、ダンプトラックやローリー、これらとの接触事故。それと3つ目に、プラントの設備、工場設備への接触事故などが挙げられます。これらを考慮すると IC タグを必要とせず、人や物を検知できるセンサーが有効だと考えました。WSSWL は更新時に人と障害物を検知すると自動的に停止するシステムで、2016年に開発しました。人と障害物の検知にはステレオカメラを採用しました。停止方法は、バケット積載時に材料がこぼれたり、オペレーターに衝撃が多くならないように工夫しまして、ブレーキペダルをパワーシリンダーで引っ張る方式としております。もちろん、チェーン等で引っ張るために、通常のブレーキング動作には影響がない構造となっております。現在、ステレオカメラは2代目となっておりまして、純国産のものを使用しております。人物検知はディープラーニングにより、あらゆる人物像も的確に捉えることができます。また、検知範囲も後方8メートルとなっておりまして、時速12キロで更新しても人物に接触することがなく、その直前で自動的に止まることができます。また、さらに至近距離では人物と障害物両方で停止することが可能となります。これらの距離設定は画面上で任意に設定することができます。実際の動きを動画でご覧ください。これはマネキンでして、ヘルメットに IC タグを装着しております。でここを注目してほしいんですが、こういった通り、センサーでタグを反応すると、エンジンキーを回して止める。こういったものを最初にスタートしました。これがホイールローダー、WSS の W です。これが中に運転席にある裏画面です。こういった形で、ブレーキペダルを引っ張る。そうすることで止まる。ここをバックしますと、人物の手前で止まる。これらは YouTube でも見れますので、日本 WSS で検索してみてください。このシステムは IGZAP が提唱します協調安全の定義、セーフティ 2.0 の適合第1号として2018年に登録されました。その後、同様のシステムが同業他社やレンタル企業から続々と登場してきました。近年ではようやく建設機械メーカーがオプションとして装備してきており、我々の開発した技術は道路建設業界に革新をもたらしたと自負しております。まとめとしまして、当システムは後付けするシステムなので、メーカーにこだわらない。また、建設業以外にも適用が広がっておりまして、全国では自社使用を含め250台以上が稼働しております。また、運用に関しては、セーフティ 2.0 のサーベイランス、社外審査を毎年実施することで、適正に管理することができています。我々は仲間から加害者も被害者も出さないという信念のもとに、これからも ICT を活用した協調安全の推進に努めていきたいと考えております。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
Okay, thank you very much for an interesting presentation. 相田様どうもありがとうございました。
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Aita. It was very nice that you are some kind of a pioneer to accomplish safety 2.0 is collaborative safety using ICT devices. That was very smart and very hard, very big effort to protect workers. It was nice. And my question is, the worker accept having a tag with them as a rule, or some of them doesn't like having a tag because of some kind of individual information protection or something. So,
Okay. 日報さんのですね、やっぱり後付けできる ICT を活用したシステムでは素晴らしいと思います。で、また協調安全とかセーフティ 2.0 こういったものを取られてですね、非常に業界としては非常にパイオニア的な活動をしているというふうに思っております。一つご質問があるんですが、やはりその作業者にとってですね、今まで持っていないもの、タグをですね、後から持つということにあまり抵抗がないものなのでしょうか。実際に実験されたり、現場で適用するときにどうでしょうか。
はい、そうですね。やっぱり最初かなり抵抗がある感じでした。しかしですね、実際にこれを使い始めますと、こういった取り組みをですね、発注者さんの方も認めてくれると。もうそうすることで、我々施工者側だけじゃなくてですね、発注者さんもそのタグを持ってくれるということで、そういったもう意識づけからできるというところがありましたので、その点は普及が結構促進したもの一つだと思います。で、そういった意味では、WSS の WL ホイールローダーの方は特に、オペレーターの方は何も気を使うことがないので、もう勝手に何かあれば止まるということなので、そこはスムーズに、導入できているものと思います。
ありがとうございました。
Okay, so I understand that at the beginning they didn't like having tag with them, but once they understand that tag is usable, not only your company, the user and maker both accept the tag system. That was amazing. Thank you very much.
はい、とてもですね、興味深いご発表どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you. ありがと
うございました。
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's move on the next presentation. I'd like to next presentation chair Ms. Jillian Hamilton. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shimizu. We are very excited to join our next speaker to the floor. The next speaker is Mr. Johann Van Midler, and the first time I ever met him was the first time that I met many of the people on the presentation today at the Vision Zero Helsinki conference. And this was a very special time when we first met. And Mr. Johann is a senior advisor. He joins us all the way from the Netherlands, and he works for TNO. T and finale O for Orange connects people and knowledge to create innovations that boost the competitive strength of industry. They are a private, independent organization that employs some 3,000 specialists, and they conduct amazing research on so many fantastic topics. Today, we are going to hear about the emerging health and safety risks in the future in our workplace up to 2030. So I'm looking very forward to hearing from you, Mr. Johann. Over to you. Thank you.
Great. Nice to see you again, Jillian, and thank you for inviting me. And good morning, good afternoon to all of you. Well, very nice you remember the meeting in Helsinki, and I agree. And I'm also looking back to those kind of meetings when there was no COVID yet. And I really hope we will be able to meet again shortly in future. So it's looking well, but looking forward to see you again soon. Thank you for inviting me, and the title for my presentation is Emerging Health and Safety Risk at the Workplace by 2030. And this is a research project being done in the last years for the Ministry of Social Affairs. And we executed this project in joint cooperation with the RIVM, the National Institute for Health and Safety. To introduce you, Gillian already introduced TNO. For myself, I'm working in the field of safety, occupational safety and process safety, and in particular in innovations, as TNO does in technology, is Industry 8.4 on circular economy, energy transitions. And what I'm particularly doing is looking at emerging risks that are coming up due to as a consequence of transitions. And one of the things I'm doing for myself is using big data, AI, and machine learning in order to develop predictive models, but also early warning systems. And that's my personal field of expertise, and I will highlight some topics of the research that we have done for the ministry. I will highlight 4 items. It's a while did we start this project, the motivation, the research we did, the findings, and then I will very quickly come to conclusions, including some developments that are going on at this moment. And the motivation for this project is, one of the first things is that we saw the number of incidents. It's stabilized in the previous years, but it's also, it looks to then has a tendency to increase again. And that's concerning because and the question is, it's a trend or it's just an incidental coming up of the number of incidents. And we think that's the hypothesis. It's not incidental, but it may be a trend because we have lots of transitions going on. It's getting more complex. Things are going on at the workplace. And it's a trend that we may be not doing sufficiently enough to control health and safety risks. So the first is, we see the number of incidents increasing. We have to stop that. We have to go back to our vision, to go to zero, and try to do so. We did it by objectives, look at having an insight in the trends and developments in the several transitions, but in particular, what is the impact to OSH at the workplace? And in particular for the Netherlands, we do this not in single operation, but we do it with stakeholders. We involve lots of stakeholders in this research, that including enterprises, universities, but also authorities and associations. And special credits for the people who have facilitated this project from the ministry, Mr. Martin Den Helft. Maybe you know them, Gillian and Ottoline, but also Mrs. Viola van Gulden and Mrs. Zonneveld, as well as my colleagues Dolf van der Beek and Koen. They've all joined in this project. This is the motivation, so try what's going on in the market. What we did in the research arena had a market consultation, looked lots of literature studies, reports, but the main part is to have interviews with experts and practitioners in the field. That were one-on-one sessions with experts, and then you hear a lot. And the third part in the market consultation was that what we call dream sessions, looking forward and try to get out of your own bubble and look forward and what may be happening in 5 or 10 or maybe on long term. And those dream sessions were very interesting. They were group sessions, either with a few people or with 10 to 20 people, and sometimes even with 100, 120 people, which you do a big audience. But as you know, from a big audience, you do not get so much response. The biggest response is in smaller working groups. That's the dream sessions. Well, in these dream sessions, lots of stakeholders were involved, and there were enterprises and practitioners. There were professionals, professional associations. Do not forget science and universities, but also the authorities who have to take care of the employees. This is about the research. I will keep it to that. I will go quickly to the stakeholders to the findings. In those dream sessions, as I told, were groups of 5 to 10, maybe sometimes 20 people. We had different experts. It's a combination of presentation, giving information, and workshop. That's communication, getting feedback and having reflections. And in particular, in those workshops, we highlighted which risks are the most realistic. What do you think is realistic? And the second thing is, what will the impact be? Will it have a positive impact? Will it have a negative impact? And how big will the impact be? And I will give some examples just to highlight you. For example, artificial intelligence or Industry 4.5 or 5.0. It maybe it will have a positive impact, but for safety, it also may have negative impact. So we highlighted both of potential impacts in the dream sessions. And finally, the third step in this workshop was to conclude and come to conclusion which ones are the most realistic and have the most impact. And we had this classification in order also for policymakers to make an agenda. We start with the things that are going on at this moment with high impact, high reality, and looking forward on the agenda, you put the items that maybe have impact on the longer term. I'll hide some findings. And basically, we summarized in a total of 25 emerging health and safety risks, or 25 arenas where we have seen developments going on. And we call these 25, we put them in 4 domains. And the first domain is the domain of labor. The second one is the organization of work. The third one is the social developments. Is it society, but also socio-technical, the trends and developments. And the fourth one is real technical issues. So we have 4 domains where we see transitions going on. Well, the first 2, I will have put two domains on one slide. And with the labor, it's you're looking at the employees, the people doing the work. And we see trends and developments, but also emerging risks with regards to diversity, but also with migration. We see issues with health and aging of staff. And when I'm talking about aging of staff, you think about age, but it's not really about age, it's about condition. And you see the aging of staff, it's aging of procedures, but also aging of assets. So health and aging of staff in here was one of the main issues. And the second one, the third one is the socioeconomic status of employees. You see a difference between people that can catch up with the market economy and people that are retaining, they do not catch up. And then we see the gap increasing. There's a few more like craftsmanship and technical stress, but I'll leave it to the domain of labor in the favor of time. The second one is the organization of work. How do we employ those people, and what are the issues over there? And one of the main issues, in particular in Europe, is a lot of labor scarcity. You have to do much more with less people. So what do? Number 8 is culture. But number 9 and 10 basically are typical developments of today. It's the flexibility in employment. It's about dealing with contracts. Is it flexible? Is it fixed, etc. But also the platform economy is really a runner-up in the emerging health and safety risks, as well as co-working. The last 2 domains is the social developments, the things happening in the society, which have impact on the health and safety risk at the workplace. And the fourth one is the technical developments. Looking at the social developments in society, happening in society, that's rather obvious. It's a circular economy. It's coming up. And circular economy is bringing 2 things. It's bringing new technology, but it's also bringing complexity because things are being connected. And there's no feedstock anymore. It's a product going from one to one. You have very mixed up with energy sources. So the circular economy, everything is being connected together. You have circles, you have change. And the old economy of going in and going out is gone. Well, the 13, the globalization in 24/7 economy is obvious. And number 16 also obvious is energy transition. That's all the risks and hazards due to solar, hydrogen, batteries, etc. That's that's also a domain where we see a lot of risks coming up, both positive as well as negative. The fourth domain are technical developments, including digitizations, AI, robots, cobots. I will give some more examples on that. Nano, but also the 23, the combination, which is really long-term impact, the combination of nano, bio, and cognitive science, very interesting, but also long-term, one of the issues that may come up. And number 5 is also the sensors, the wearables, and the PPEs coming up. I will run to my conclusion and findings. These 25, we summarized it, but we also asked, as you may remember, the stakeholders, what do you think is the most realistic and which will have the most impact? And this is the graph demonstrating all 25 in both axes, reality on the x-axis and impact on the y-axis. And you see in the right top corner, basically the actual topics going on. And that's AI, techno-stress, robots and cobots. And on a very well second place is 24/7 economy, but also energy transition and working condition and aging. These are the conclusions that's going on right now. The other topics are of interest, and we keep them on our agenda, but the main focus will be on the short term on AI and the robots and the cobots. And to give you some examples, so what's happening and what's going on at this moment. And the first one is the AI, using AI for the purpose of safety. The first example is a research and development project in one of the largest chemical industry clusters in the Netherlands, called Gemmelot. And what's being done is in joint cooperation. There's a model, an early warning system being developed, a predictive model, saying if you lot of data, have you got a model that can predict or either early warning signals or incidents. And we call them, can it detect anomalies, because incidents occur due to anomalies. And we have some first promising results, but this is going on, and this is one of the positive items by using AI for the purpose of enhancing proper safety, and maybe for our goal, we go to 0. This is the first example. And I haven't got so much time left, I think, Gillian, or not. It's only a few minutes left. Okay, I will wrap up. And the second I would like to highlight is the tripartite system for safety, which is an ISC paper, which has recently been published. And this is very interesting because it's describing the process and the system that will for safety that will be used in the future. And this paper is using real-life examples and addresses safety in the future by referencing to current social trends, initiative related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, but also it's showing various real, making it very complex, but also very interesting for the purpose of safety. I have examples of projects, works in companies, and are working on innovation solutions. And in particular, the tripartite is a tripartite between humans, machines, and environment. And that's a really mixing up of the environment. And coming to the conclusions, yes, we have to change. We have to do something in order to make a breakthrough and prevent the incidents going up again. And it's because what I've summarized by blurring boundaries. And it's the first thing we have, conditions are changing. And the third one see is the world is changing. So we have to prepare an agenda on how to deal with that. And some publication, and this is my final slide to end up with, that's actually recent developments going on. Based also on this conclusion, there's a Vision 2040 being published by the ministry. And the second, which is going on in Europe, the Machine Directive has been updated also due to the rise of AI and intelligent machines. The regulations are updated on several topics, as well as the third, on robotics. There are some agendas going on, but also working tables. And the fourth one is in particular the European approach with respect to AI, but also to Industry 4.0. And last but not least, is a national safety program has been started. It's called the Safety Delta Netherlands, which has very high ambitions. It says, we want to be the safest in the world in the next future. That's this program running all safety innovations and trying to combine stakeholders in the tripartite. This is what I'd like to end my presentation with, and I'll give it back to you, Gillian.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful presentation there, Mr. Johann. I have actually once spent time with yourself and also, as we said, with Mr. Cohen, and I was lucky enough to work on this white paper for the IEC as well, with Dr. Fujita, who is actually one of the sponsors of the Vision Zero, and his idea for this Vision Zero Summit. So that paper has a very special meaning as well. Now, it's very interesting that you say that your statistics are increasing in your country, because your country is not alone. The statistics have also increased in the UK. The statistics have also increased in New Zealand. They have also increased in Australia. In Australia, for example, our fatality rate has had the largest percentage increase in 15 years. Just in the 2 years where COVID has had its impacts. So we are seeing that people are making their greatest focus on one issue and one very serious impact of COVID. However, the other focuses on the high risks, the things that do harm and do kill, have been taken the focus away. And so we had seen a rise in fatalities both in Australia and some other nations as well. So maybe this is something we should get together on, because it's a very important matter, and one where the statistics do need to be collaborated about. So I will reach out to you to speak about this first of all.
This is great, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's what these sessions are about, putting great minds together to be able to see what is happening in other places, because it is our collective minds, when we become a super mind, where we can actually have great results. And different cultures have different views, but if collectively we are all having some similar challenges, it's very important to get together, which is why the Global OH&S Coalition was established in the Vision Zero Summit back in Helsinki. So it's interesting to hear about your dream sessions where you're working alongside some experts. But the one part of your conversation that flagged to my mind, because we have been working on this element in the Safety Governance Institute, is the aging of your resources. And today, so many of us talk about sustainability, but when you look at the circular economy, there is one resource that is being forgotten. That is the resource of humans. And we have been working very tirelessly to talk about reusing our resources in so many other areas for sustainability, but the human element is not included in these models. Johann, I'd like to just hear from you very quickly about your aging of your people, not only by age, but the fact that the resources are being unused. People are permanently unable to work and are falling on the social security systems.
Yes, I fully agree, and I'm emphasizing it's a combination of both aging and scarcity of staff. And I will highlight it shortly differently. It's about aging. It's about not only the age, but it's about the condition of people. And people are slowly changing, but the world is changing very, very rapidly. And the real problem is with aging. Can the people and the staff, can they catch up with all transitions going on? For example, with computers, but also with circular economy. Can we catch up? Because we cannot forget the human in this chain.
Absolutely.
And it's a negative circle. The labor scarcity is enhancing, but also the youngsters from school, it's limited. It's very limited. If in fact, we do not have enough resources to catch up with all the economic goals we have. Everybody is screaming. We have more vacancies than staff and than unemployed. There's a huge misfit between unemployed people, but also with labor and the market demanding specific expertise. And this gap is growing. And that's also one of the global trends that we see, which is a real issue. What we see at the work floor, now the symptoms are getting the diseases. It's getting worse and worse. Now we see the symptoms at the work floor. And this is exactly why we have put this on the agenda. Aging not only the condition of people, but also with training requirements, keeping up with all experience. And we also have maybe looking for different skills, training skills, and how to do this. Do we use the traditional trainings, like go to school and come back in a week and you're an expert? Or do we use other methods like micro-learnings or e-learnings and use different ways which are more practical and fit to the market needs? And all those things has to do with related aging, but also with knowledge and with labor scarcity. It's just a rough answer, but I hope this helped, Jillian.
Well, we have lots to talk about, so thank you so much. I very much enjoy your presentation. So thank you for joining us all the way from the Netherlands. And we will now hand back to our host, Mr. Shimizu, and thank you so much.
My pleasure, thank you.
Thank you very much. OK。赤松様、プレゼンテーションの準備をお願いします。はい。Next presentation is about the paper entitled Building a Safety Culture in IDEC. This paper will be presented by Mr. Koji Akamatsu from IDEC Corporation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am Akamatsu from IDEC, in charge of manufacturing and SCM. I'd like to talk about building a safety culture in IDEC. Before my presentation, let me introduce our company. IDEC is a leading manufacturer of electric control equipment based around human-machine interface, and we have a history of 77 years. Our goal is to be a global company that pursues the worker safety and well-being and its realization. Please take a look at 1-minute short video for our company introduction.
The IDEC Group provides components that offer safety for the manufacturing industry, including industrial switches, factory automation, and sensor products. With the evolution of IoT, we provide a wide range of solutions that enhance automation and efficiency at production sites where humans and machines collaborate. We will also continue to expand our business outside of factory automation. The IDEC Group will create an environment where humans and machines collaborate and pursue tomorrow's safety and well-being. We aim to be a global company that creates the future and prospect of manufacturing.
Safety culture evolves through the stages shown on this slide. Bottom first stage is reactive stage, where action is taken only after the accident occurs. Second stage is dependent stage, where action is taken following that direction from supervisor. Third stage is proactive stage, where action is taken on one's own. Top fourth stage is team learning stage, where employees share knowledge. We are committed to working toward the top fourth stage. It can be said that the activities to reach this stage is building a safety culture. The pillar of these activities is Vision 07 Golden Rules. The most desired initiative of Vision 07 Golden Rules is leadership. Leadership is the most significant driver of building a safety culture. I introduced two examples of executive leadership at IDEC. First one is IDEC safety policy. Our policy is to ensure employees' safety and contribute to the safety of society throughout business activities. Second one is the message from IDEC executive. Our executive officers themselves send out message about safety philosophy and specific goals. Lastly, we would like to talk about expanding the circulation of well-being. The green tree on the left represents the well-being of workers at IDEC, and the tree on the right represents the well-being that IDEC provides to society. Next, I would like to talk about the management system that is the foundation of building a safety culture. It is indispensable to establish a management system in order to integrate safety activities into regular works and to operate them in organized and continued manner. Factories in IDEC, 5 factories in IDEC have acquired the certification of ISO 45001 OHS management system. ISO 45001 certification brought us positive changes. PDA enables us to make continuous improvement. We are able to integrate the safety activities into regular work. Risk assessment enables us to identify and reduce risks. Documentation enables us to accumulate know-how. I'd like to introduce 2 distinctive tools we have developed in our efforts of building a safety culture. These tools have the clever effect of encouraging participation of all workers. First tool is awareness report. This is a system that allows anyone to tweet what they noticed in the workplace. The slide shows one example of awareness report. Anyone can tweet topics on safety, quality, and productivity. Filling in the proposal is optional, not mandatory. Manager always fills in a thank you word. Risk awareness report is a system of gathering tweets from workers. Even though there are lots of issues in the workplaces, only manager can find the tip of the iceberg. To reveal many hidden risks is the function of this risk awareness report. We think highly of their tweets, and it has the effect of encouraging participation of workers. Please take a look at 1 minute case study video of awareness report.
As Workers' Conversation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Safety anywhere we need, health we wake up of here. Your well-being is our #1 concern. Safety anywhere we need, health we wake up of here. Your well-being is our #1 concern.
Second tool is risk assessment. Risk assessment sheet in IDEC is designed for us to recognize at a glance the activity process with photos, covering analysis of present state, risk evaluation, planning countermeasure, and re-evaluating risk. This is the significant format, easy to fill in, easy to understand, and easy to operate. Risk assessment has two features. First one is to evaluate risks in a scientific approach by means of severity and probability. Second one is to find the countermeasure by discussion in a cross-functional team. Please take a look at 1 minute case study video of risk assessment.
As Workers' Conversation, we've launched the Vision Zero, believing that all accidents, diseases, and harm at work are preventable.
Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Our Vision Zero, we believe all accidents and diseases are preventable, and they can come to zero. Safety anywhere we need, health we be cup of fear. Your well-being is our number one concern. Safety anywhere we need, health we be cup of fear. Your well-being is our number one concern.
Human resources development is an essential part of building a safety culture. In order to cultivate each other, it is important to increase each person's knowledge of safety. IDEC encourages employees to obtain various safety knowledge and official qualifications depending on the type of job. Especially, we encourage our engineers to obtain safety assessor and our managers to obtain safety officer. Total 799 employees have obtained these qualifications as of the end of 2020. The table shows the relevance of the activities at IDEC to Vision 07 Golden Rules. It can be seen that IDEC's activity cover the items of 7 Golden Rules. ISA, International Social Security Association, has proposed to measure the level of activity using the proactive reading indicator, PLI. The number of awareness reports, the number of risk assessments, and the number of persons who have obtained safety qualifications are proactive reading indicators for building a safety culture. Vision 7 Golden Rules provides a 110-item achievement check. IDEC conducts an annual achievement check with two groups, top management and field managers. This slide shows the level of achievement as spider chart. As you can see, the level of achievement is improving year by year and indicating that the evolutionary stage of building a safety culture is steadily improving. There is a gap in perception between top management and field managers, but the field managers are strictly aware of the level of achievement because they know their field well. For building a safety culture, it is important to foster a sense of belonging in the organization. Encourage employees e-participation, respect voices of employees, share knowledge throughout discussion in cross-functional teams. Belonging is about feeling comfortable being involved in the organization while showing the best of ability in one's own way. We believe that belonging is an important factor of well-being. I hope my presentation will be helpful. Thank you very much for your time.
Mr. Akamatsu, thank you very much for interesting presentation. Now let's open a question and comment from the audience. Do you have any question?
May I? Okay, I'm Rika Hojo, and I have a question. It's very interesting that for the enrichment of well-being needed some kind of a feeling of belonging. So that's I'm a human researcher focused on safety behavior of human being. And do you have any problems or difficulties to accomplish to the belonging of the worker as a management side for the organization?
日本語でご説明します。ビロンギングやウェルビーイング、これは組織内で浸透率を測るというのはなかなか難しいと思うんですが、アイデック様の方ではどのようにこういった組織内でのですね、浸透率を測っておりますでしょうか。
はい。ビロンギングであったり、ウェルビーイングっていうのは、心理的な、エモーショナルなその要素であるためにですね、測定するのは難しい。これは当たり前のことなんですけれども、従業員の笑顔の数で、我々マネジメントは把握することができると、そういうふうに考えています。
非常に面白い。
Thank you very much. I'm measuring well-being with well-being scales. So let me measure the well-being in that scale. Thank you.
Okay.
私たち今、リフのスケールというのを使ってウェルビーイングを定量的に測定しているので、ぜひ機会があったら測らせてください。笑顔の数も測ります。
はい、
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。Okay, thank you, Mr. Akamatsu.
ありがとうございました。
Thank
you very much.
ありがとうございました。Thank you. Okay.
Dear session chairs and speakers, thank you very much for this exciting first part of your sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit organizer kindly asks you to spend a few minutes to complete our short survey about future Vision Zero promotion activities. Please click on the banner Request for Survey and share your view by filling the questionnaire. Thank you for your kind support. But now it is time for a well-deserved break. During the break, we will show interesting video spots and information from our supporters and sponsors. Relax and enjoy. The second part of the sessions will begin as indicated on the screen. Please be back on time.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, human-machine interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて 危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで、怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は、安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流、ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から、働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術、セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture, and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
My name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
Ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites. Enhances workers' safety. Secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity. Provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
There's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
Hello, my name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House and I'm leading our International Vzsj-Session J activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
We at IDEC, our main business is HMI, Human Machine Interface. We believe that this will change. So automation will become more and more important. We will also need to address new requirements from people in terms of their own well-being. So again, a lot of new things that we can develop to move forward and provide additional safety and peace of mind.
生産現場では世界的な新しい流れビジョンゼロの考え方に基づき安全文化を作る活動を展開しています。自分らしく能力を発揮しながら働くことができて安全が常に議論される職場を作るために3つのことを進めています。従業員に参加を促すこと、従業員の声を尊重すること、組織横断的なチームで議論して知識を共有すること、全社員が健康で安心して働き、無事に家族のもとに帰ることを実現します。
En Europe, nous attachons effectivement une grande attention à la sécurité et au bien-être. Chez IDEC, nous pouvons nous appuyer sur des produits de qualité. Nous pouvons également nous référer au concept en Chine qui vise à aborder de manière globale l'interaction entre l'homme et la machine. Pour appliquer ce concept, nous avons en Europe des équipes dédiées dans chaque pays qui peuvent communiquer dans la langue du client. Cette proximité nous permet de faciliter les échanges et de trouver avec le client les bonnes solutions.
World dynamics and expectations are changing, demanding a better balance of productivity, environmental sustainability, and worker well-being. That's why we support the Vision Zero initiative. We will continue to raise awareness and develop the enabling solutions as we work to promote the sustainability and well-being into the future.
ensures workers' sense of security at manufacturing sites, enhances workers' safety, secure and reliable access control, advanced authentication and authorization. Autonomous mobile robots increase safety and productivity, provides a safe working environment for people working with robots. Safety and beyond. IDEC.
We do our jobs with sincerity and integrity to make a better living environment for the people and our society. Today's work, tomorrow's heritage. Shimizu Corporation.
働く環境は多種多様。職場での事故などに起因する怪我や疾病は適切な方策で避けられます。国際安全規格に基づいて危険源とリスクをタイムリーに同定し、適切な保護方策を行うことで怪我や疾病を未然に防ぎ、健康に働くことができます。働く人の安全・安心・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指すことが企業価値を高め、より良い社会成長につながります。日本認証株式会社は安全・健康、そしてウェルビーイングの実現を目指す世界の安全新潮流ビジョンゼロを企業活動の指針とし、働く環境の安全化を現場目線で推進する技術と、企業のビジネスリーダー目線で推進するマネージメントの両面から働く職場の安心・安全化にフォーカスし、その実現を推進しています。主な企業活動は3つ。働く人の安全を司る機械、防爆、ロボット、マネジメントの4つの安全要因認証資格。世界各国の製品認証の取得。人と機械の協調安全技術セーフティ 2.0 の適合審査登録制度。3つの観点から労働環境の安心・安全化に貢献します。働く人たちが日々ウェルビーイングを実感できるグローバル社会の実現を推進する日本認証株式会社のこれからにご期待ください。
Tiny, invisible bubbles that are smaller than any we normally see. They are fine bubbles. These tiny bubbles can change the world into a society of well-being. Fine bubbles have three effects. The washing effect is used in infrastructure, industry, medical application, and consumer products. The purification effect applies to rivers and oceans, and wastewater. The growth-promoting effect applies to agriculture and the fishing industry. Fine bubbles are also used in many other fields, enriching our society and our lives. Fine Bubble Industries Association was founded in Japan. We work with companies and research organizations to develop technologies and put them to practical use. We are working to industrialize them through international standardization and certification systems. In addition to people's living, the bubbles aid in reducing water usage, curbing the use of chemical substances, and reducing our environmental burden. They also aid food stability, nutrition improvement, and marine resources conservation. They help to create a sustainable society. We will develop and spread the amazing fine bubbles. Aiming to achieve the SDGs, we will connect them to the ultimate well-being. That is our wish. These tiny bubbles are full of a wonderful future. Fine Bubble Industries Association.
there's an unstoppable wave of change moving across the global business landscape, cascading through boardrooms, sending ripples through supply chains and beyond. It's time to catch the wave. The COVID-19 pandemic, climate crisis, and rise of social justice movements around the world have all accelerated thinking beyond the here and now. What does it mean to be a responsible, sustainable, resilient business built on solid environmental, social, and governance principles? It all starts with people. It's no coincidence that those businesses setting high standards for the treatment of their workforces, communities, and supply chains reap rewards with stronger performance and growth. Our connected world expects organizations to prioritize public good and behave responsibly. Employees and customers will call out poor working conditions and demand better. But this is not just about doing the right thing. Social sustainability is the backbone of corporate resilience. It supports stronger operational performance and cash flow. And right now, that feels more critical than ever. The environment has been the flagship cause driving the corporate sustainability agenda. Now it's time to put people alongside planet and profit, to unlock and unleash the tremendous value that lies in our global workforce. IOSH is working alongside international organizations, including UN agencies and initiatives, such as the World Health Organization, ILO, and UN Global Compact to harness the collective energy of progressive businesses. Together, we're making a long-term commitment to drive social sustainability forward, with a global force of safety and health professionals making change happen on the ground. Because safer environments and enlightened attitudes to health and well-being, diversity and inclusion are all safety and health issues too. And COVID-19 has shown just how vital it is to protect people. If businesses are not just to survive, but thrive. Together, we can be part of a global network of resilient, profitable businesses and organizations that flourish, equitably and sustainably, around safe, healthy workforces. It's time for a new world of work. It's time to catch the wave with IOSH.
日歩は ICT、IoT で舗装現場をつなぐ。新たな取り組みで生産性と安全性の向上、道路技術の最前線でイノベーションを起こす。行け、行くんだ、新たなステージへ。人が歩いた後に道はできる。 NP ネクスト。
My name is Pernille Tau. I'm Department Manager at Human House, and I'm leading our International Vision Zero activities. Human House is a major leadership and us consulting company in Denmark. Our customers include 2,500 private and public Danish and international companies, and Human House is also a professional accredited IOS Vision Zero training provider, as well as hosting the Danish Vision Zero Business Council. Visit our website humanhouse.com/Vision Zero to learn more about how we can help you to implement Vision Zero in your organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Day 2 of the Vision Zero Summit Japan 2022. The summit is the result of collective effort by many different organizations and individuals. It is organized by the Global Coalition for Safety and Health at Work, Task Group of Vision Zero at the enterprise level, and the Institute of Global Safety Promotion in close collaboration with the official co-organizers. We also would like to thank again our supporters and sponsors for their important contributions to organization of the summit. Please note the recording, filming, and storage of image of the summit, as well as posting on unauthorized use of summit content is not allowed. Thank you very much for your kind understanding. Now, please go back to your session by clicking on the respective room on the left-hand side of the web page and enjoy the second part of the session.
Next presentation. 森様、準備をお願いします。This paper will be presented by Mr. Tomohito Mori from Daiwa House Industry. はい、準備ができましたらよろしくお願いします。
はい、はじめまして、大和ハウス工業の森と申します。よろしくお願いいたします。大和ハウス工業では、セーフティー 2.0 と物理的安全対策を進め、ビジョン0を提供するために DDL1 を開発いたしましたので、ご説明したいと思います。この装置は、高所作業者に後付けする上昇時に挟まれ防止する装置で、複数のバリエーションを準備して、レンタル会社から提供する形をとっております。それではご説明させていただきます。高所作業者、この床の上昇方法をご説明したいと思います。日本の高所作業者では、まず最初に作業床の上にある足踏み式安全ペダルを踏みます。そして2つ目として、作業床上にある操作コントロールボックスの上昇スイッチを右手で操作します。そうすると上がっていくというのが、これ、日本の操作方法になります。しかしながら、この作業床の上昇時にいくつかの問題点があり、事故が発生しております。では、オペレーター側の問題点をいくつかご紹介したいと思います。作業床上のスイッチは、上昇スイッチは1つです。これだけで上昇するので、気軽によそ見をしながら、注意力低下状態で上昇してしまう、こんな状態があります。また、左手ですね。これがフリーです。高所作業者は上昇時に揺れます。ですので、あらゆるところに突っ込んで、体を安定させようとする。こんなことがあります。ですので、右側の写真を見ていただくとお分かりのように、具体的な例として、このような事故がありました。マーキングの位置を確認しながら上昇する。 上を注意していない。その結果、上昇して頭を挟まれるという事故がありました。あと、手すりを握り、上を見ている。この状態で手すりに置いた手に注意力がないので、ピッチング、挟み込むというような重篤災害が幾度も発生しています。ということで、事故データの分析をさせていただきました。この中で見える結果というのがございましたので、先にお伝えします。自己分析から見えるキーワードは、垂直上昇式で1人、この状態が非常に危険であるということが、自己分析の結果から見えてきました。それでは、詳細な説明をさせていただきたいと思います。まずは左側のグラフですね。これはタイプ別ということで、高所作業車にはいくつかの種類がございます。これらのタイプの中で最も多いのがシザース型と言われるものとバーチカル型と言われる、これともにまっすぐに上に上がっていく高所作業車でございます。こちら側が非常に多い。そして真ん中のグラフですね。こちらは自走するために何かの装置がついております。これがクローラータイプタイヤタイプ。こちらでもう大多数を占めるということで、トラック仮装式、こちらについては非常に事故が少ないので、ここについては今回の対策では無視しても問題ではないではないということを私たちは考えました。そして、作業員人数ですね。これはもう圧倒的に1人作業。1人で高所作業車で上昇するときが一番危険であるというような分析が出ました。それでは次に、現在の状況ですね。日本の建設現場の高所作業車、どうなっているのと言われると、率直に申しまして、私たちが考えるのは、現在、セーフティ1レベルにほんの少しプラスをした程度ではないかというように考えています。左側、上の写真をご覧ください。こちらですね。こちらは上昇時に挟まれないように、安置するためのバーを現場にある資材で設置した例です。しかしながら、下の写真を見てください。このバーがあると作業性が悪いということで、作業員は安易に外す傾向が目につきます。せっかく自分の命を守るためのものを仕事優先でキャンセルしてしまうんですね。そして、右側上の写真をご覧ください。こちらですね。こちらは市販商品で構造物に接触するとアラームが鳴るという商品がございます。これをいくつか現場で使っていました。ですが、右下の写真を見てください。壊れてますね。実はこの装置、中ぐらいの衝撃で結構破損するリスクが高い。そして、作業員はそれを言わないという性質が目につきます。ですので、これら事故事例から作業員の本質というのを読み取ると、自分が楽に仕事ができることが優先である。危険は自分には関係ない。壊れたのは自分の問題ではないというようなことが見受けられるんではないかと想像しています。これは日本の建設作業の安全文化、これがまだまだ未発達であり、世界的に見ても非常に閉ざされた文化ではないのかなということが我々ダイバーハウスでは感じています。そしてこれらの対策をどうしたらいいのということになるんですが、作業員を本来教育しなさいというのが今までの日本の趣旨でした。しかし、これでは事故が減らない。 いうことで、我々はセーフティ 2.0 と物理的安全対策で安全を確保するが、管理する会社の義務であるということを痛感しております。そして次のところを見ていただきたいと思います。物理的安全対策とは何なんだということで、今回チャレンジした安全対策には、セーフティ 2.0 に加えて、我々大和ハウスが考える思想、プラスアルファの安全思想ということで、含めさせて制作させていただきました。ですので、大和ハウス工業が提案する物理的安全対策についてご説明したいと思います。まずは、下の写真をご覧ください。本来、正しい操作は、足で踏み、危険があれば、足を離して作業床を停止するというのが安全装置なんですが、残念ながら、右の写真を見てください。ガムテープで安全機能を無効化してしまっている例があるんですよ。非常にこれ、現場で見受けています。これ、なぜかというと、足で安全ペダルを踏み込むことが面倒だ。毎回踏んだりするのは面倒くさい。ということで、周囲にあるもので容易に無効化してしまうんですね。これ、封じ込めなきゃいけない日本の文化ということで、私たちはこの部分も含まなければ、ビジョンゼロは達成できないというように考えています。ですので、日本人建設作業員の特性を考えると、このような対策が必要ということで、決まった手順でしか行えない普遍性が必要だ。そして2番目として、人の本質である近道行為を封じ込む。そして3つ目、自己分析をきちっと行い、先進の IoT、この辺を使った安全対策を実施することが必要である。そして4番目として、与えられた機能を排除する、ショートカットすることができないことが、日本の建設現場には必要ではないかなということを痛感し、今回の DDL1 にチャレンジしております。では、具体的にどんなようになったのかということを見ていただきたいと思います。実際上の現場では、セーフティ 1.0 ということで、安全ペダルとスイッチで行ってしまっているが、先ほど述べたように、この安全ペダルは簡単に無効化されてしまう。そして、グダンというメーカーから以外の対策がない。そこで今回はセーフティ 2.0 ということで、センサーによる上空監視ですね。これと、イネーブルスイッチ。これ、アイレックさん様の製品なんですが、これを組み合わせることで、上昇中をセンサーで監視。そして、何かあったり、センサーが範囲外であっても、イネーブルスイッチで対応するということを考えました。そして、このセンサー、いろいろとね、欠点もあったり、値段の関係もあって、超音波センサーを使ってますが、そこの補完ということで、いろんな機能を検討します。そして、当然、センサーが壊れたとき、これは上昇はしないような設計をしています。加工しかしません。そして、物理的安全対策ですね。弊社が一番伝えたかった物理的安全対策ということで、今まで左手がフリーでした。これをイネーブルスイッチを押すときに、手すりを握らせるような安全指数を持って、3ポジションイネーブルスイッチを操作するときには、この手すりが自然に握れる、このね、設計を考えていただきました。そしてもう一つ、2番目になりますが、フットスイッチのガムテープによる無効化対策ですね。この辺は内部にある TLC コンピューターの方で、いろんな 操作パターンを想定し、無効化できないような工夫、また、無効化しても、一度ガムテープを取り外さなければいけないような環境を作っております。何度もニュートラル行為を求めるようにして、通常操作であれば何もしないところがあるはずです。これを物理的な監視をし、長時間ペダルがロックされている状況は異常だということで、PLC の方で判定し、一度リセットをかけないと操作できないような形を取らさせていただいたり、その他にも数点安全対策装置を入れさせていただきました。では、ここで先ほどからあります3ポジションイネーブルスイッチ。これ、ご存知の方も多いかと思いますが、知らない方もいらっしゃるかと思いますので、一応ご説明させていただきます。人間というのは、驚いたときですね。手でスイッチを握ってます。これ実際上の違う形のサンプルですが、普通はこの状態で軽く握る。そして、ピッチされた状態、挟んだ状態というのは人間、スイッチを離すか、強く握る。この傾向があります。今までのスイッチであれば、手を離していただければ止まったんでよかったんですが、事故が絶えないということは、人間、握りっぱなしになってしまう。これがあるんではないかな。ということで、我々はこの3ポジションイネーブルスイッチ、これを採用しました。そして、もう一つの理由があるんですよ。実は、床が上がってきます。この時に挟まれるというのは、体が下に行く行為ですね。この時に足で踏んでいる安全スイッチを離せというのは、押されているのに足を上げるという、これ、人間の行動動作の反対を言ってるわけですね。ここに今までの、フットスイッチでは防ぎきれない問題点があるんではないかなというように考えまして、この3ポジションイネーブルスイッチですね。軽く押しても動く。そして強く押しても離しても止まる。これを採用させていただいたんですね。ここでちょっと考える方ですと、足踏み式の3ポジションイネーブルスイッチ使えば解決じゃないのって思う方がいらっしゃるかもしれません。実はこちらに関してもすでに実験を終えておりますので、結果をお知らせします。実は、走行上昇箇所、この時はフットスイッチでも悪くはないんですが、実は走行時に大きな問題があります。高所作業車、走行すると、こういう振動があります。この時に足でこの3ポジションイネーブルスイッチを維持するというのが非常に難しいという結果で、採用は見送っております。それでは、センサーについてご紹介したいと思います。今回は超音波センサーということで、接触式灯では作業性が悪くなり、取り外されてしまうということがありますので、今回、超音波センサーで何もない状況。そして、このセンサー部分に関しては、広く今後の対応も考えて、交換可能。また、複数のセンサーによって、大きな高所作業者でも対応できるような方法をとっております。では、実際上の商品。こちら、上の写真の方は、すでに報道公開済みの DDL1 の R タイプと言われる、ものです。このような構成になっております。そして、下はまだ発表をしておりませんが、こちらが DDL1N タイプと言われるセンサーを2つ使った高機能モデルにしております。そして、安全もコストを考えないと、この競争化社会の中で、どんどん採用していただけないということもありますので、価格については、先ほど紹介しました、この接触式とほぼ変わらない値段でリリースすることが可能となっております。 そしてこちら、完成後、セーフティ 1.0 から 2.0 プラスアルファになった時のアンケート結果ですね。残念ながらちょっと数がまだまだ少なく、オペレーターが30名、責任者、マネージャーが24名と非常に少なく、統計としていいのかというところはございますが、このようにかなり広域に広がっている。そして、セーフティ 1.0 と言われているこの接触バー式は、逆にセーフティ0よりも面積的には悪化しているんではないかなというようなことも、このグラフからは見えてきております。そして、この取り組みなんですが、実は我々ダイヤハウスではこのように考えました。共同開発しよう。そして、プロジェクトにして、資金ですね。通常、物を開発するには、お金というのが日本では必要でした。これをできるだけ減らすためにやる方法がないのかということが私に与えられたミッションです。全社がウィンウィンの関係を築く方法として、自社にある部品や設備を使い、人も強制的に縛るのではなく、みんなが時間調整をして、空いた時間を使う。これによって、まずは開発コストをとことんなくしましょう。そして、各社が実験の中で負担しましょうということです。そして、ダイワハウスでは、今回の DDL1 の特許に関して、この3社間の中で使用する分には実施料は取らない。開放してコストを下げようという取り組みをいたしました。その結果、接触式である市販品とほぼ同等の値段で開発することができた。そして各社も特段の負担はない。そしてレンタル会社様はこの装置を一般に販売してください。ここですよ。ということで、ここで利益を上げていただいて、購入費や高所作業者の代金を賄う。また、IDEC さんも、このイネーブルスイッチやセンサー、PLC コントローラーを何百台という形でレンタル会社にも売るということで、みんながウィンウィンの関係になれるということを今回大切に思い、このようなプロジェクトをし、発表させていただくことになりました。関係者の皆様、本当にありがとうございます。ということで、今回の DDL1 の発表を終了させていただきたいと思います。皆様、ありがとうございました。
どうもありがとうございました。Mr. Mori, thank you very much for an interesting presentation. Now let's open question and comment from the audience. Do you have any question?
How did you measure unseen feeling?
先ほどのですね、製品の評価結果のところで、安心感というものがあったと思うんですが、それは定量化しているんですが、どのように定量化したんでしょうか。
はい、こちらはアンケート結果で5段階評価をして、自分たち作業員やマネージャーの心を評価させていただきました。ですので、5段階、マックスも目いっぱい安心できるよから、いや、全然ダメだよということを、測らさせていただいております。
なるほど。そうすると質問紙を使って、5段階のスケールで、評価を行ったということですね。
はい、その通りでございます。
はい、ありがとうございます。大変ですね、貴重な、面白い、プレゼン、どうもありがとうございました。OK, thank you, Mr. Mori. Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。はい。では、次の発表に移りたいと思います。OK, let's move on the next presentation. I'd like to next three presentation chair Ms. Gillian Hamilton. Okay.
Hey, thank you so much, Mr. Shimizu. We have some fantastic next speakers. I would first like to welcome Miss Lenka Adamikova. Now, of course, I've said it wrong, so I'm so sorry, Miss Lenka, and welcome to the floor. Miss Lenka joins us from Bosch Rexroth. She is currently based in Germany, and she is the head of safety and environment law at HSE. And Bosch Rexroth supports mechanical and plant engineering challenges around the world with its cutting edge technology and unique industry knowledge. And they have more than 32,300 workers. So I'm going to throw the floor to you, Ms. Lenka, and I'm going to share the screen so we can have ourselves a presentation. And just one moment, and you can tell me if I have it the way you need it.
Yep.
And just tell me and I will change the slides.
Okay. So thank you very much, Gillian. So Gillian will give me a little support today because I have technical problems to kind of present on my own my presentation. So thank you very much for Gillian and for your introduction. So first of all, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you around the world. My name is Lenka Adamichkova, and I would like to today show you how we have introduced and established behavior-based safety system in our location in Lohr am Main in Germany, which is one of many locations of Rexroth as a Bosch company, but at the same time it is also a headquarter of the Rexroth. Rexroth is also a division, one of the divisions of the Bosch company, that you understand the whole concept because yeah, Bosch is really huge, worldwide around 300,000 associates. So we are small part of the Bosch family. Thank you. Next slide, please. So we as a location in Germany, we have together around 6,000 associates. However, only for 3,000 are, can you go back on the slide above? Thank you. Around the behavior-based safety is relevant for 3,000 associates, which are situated in our 3 plants, which we locally call a plant LOP1, LOP2, and LOP3. And as you've written, it's basically one location, 3 plants. We are big location, one of the biggest of the Rexroth worldwide. So so our plant LOP1 has a portfolio around 60,000 products, including industrial pumps, manifolds, cylinders, valves, compact hydraulics, and industrial hydraulics controls. In our plant LOP2, they are able to produce more than 200,000 versions of products for CNC systems, motion controls, PLC and IoT, process controls, drives and services. Our plant LOP3 include our molding and casting technology. So it's a foundry where we are produce casting for capability for hydraulic casting, cast products for general mechanical engineering, and also 3D printing technology for prototypes, small series, and spare parts. So together, these plants are have approximately 128,000 square meters manufacturing area. So it's also kind of challenging in this kind of size of one location to introduce behavior-based safety. But we are doing our best step by step since 2018. Next slide, please. Here you can see the basis the basis for the behavior-based safety before it is introduced or implemented. These are the very crucial points for us when we are, when we are looking into a new department or area of our location, when we want to behavior-based safety introduced. For you worldwide, it can maybe also be kind of checklist. You can also look into if you want to do the first evaluation of your site, plant, or location. It is important for the behavior-based safety that it is that the base for it is very strong. So first point is that our top management supports and actively the BBS and visibly, that it's not only something once said in one meeting and not ever mentioned again. Then we look that all our executives of all levels, that means any kind of managers, leaders, and so on, are mature enough, especially for the leadership point of view, and they see also benefits in the introducing BBS. Then we look that our safety culture, which is through the whole Rexroad implemented, is also well established in these areas and respected. That the technical and organizational safety is at a good levels, that we have effective risk assessment, the qualification and trainings are ensured and running without any gaps. And if there are any kind of accidents or incident, that they are well investigated and actions are afterward, corrective actions are implemented. This is for our evaluation. If we have any kind of gaps in the area or department, then we are trying to first fix it before we start with the BBS. Next slide, please. Leadership. It's a very important topic in the behavior-based safety. And I cannot emphasize enough how important it is and how vital it is the new leadership and mindset for healthy and effective behavior-based system in the company. We were fortunate enough that already our corporate board, Bosch board, has introduced, has recognized and introduced already several years ago the importance of the new leadership, and that they introduced what we call 10 We Lead Bosch principles. This you can see here in front of you. And for example, a principle: we communicate openly, frequently, and across all levels, or we seek and give feedback and lead with the trust, respect, and empathy, are crucial for the BBS system in our location. And we are double fortunate enough to have also site management which sees it the importance of it and support us. Of course, we have faced and still are facing problems of old-fashioned leadership, and it's a really big obstacle in the implementation of BBS, and it can compromise the results of it. This is the reason why we put a lot of energy in educating our colleagues on the leadership positions about this. Next slide, please. Here in Lower Am-Main in Germany, we are following the BBS 5 BBS core principles, which were described by Professor Christoph Bordlein in his book Verhaltensorientierte Arbeitssicherheit, Behavior-Based Safety. This book is only in German language available, so any of you who are willing to read it, go ahead. But Professor Bordlein is also one of the speakers in this summit. So he is also he is an is full-time tenure track professor of general and clinical psychology and behavioral social work at the University of Applied Sciences in Würzburg-Schweinfurt in Germany. We have also personal contact to Professor Wordline. I was trained personally by him, and therefore we are in a very close cooperation. But as I said, I'm not going to dive deeper in this book or anything about it. Please look in his session. Next slide, please. So, and now I would like to show you, or I will start with the first step of what we do when we are implementing the BBS. And the first is, of course, to build knowledge. Because as we all know, knowledge will bring us the opportunity to make a difference. So first part of the training are 5 sessions per 30 minutes where the BBS is explained, and also all 5 core principles. This is done theoretically, so depends on the situation if we are doing via Microsoft Teams or we meet personally in the plant. And after this, we put this knowledge into the actions in our workshops. Here you can see on the right side, you can see the structure of the workshops, but in the next steps, I will show you also these small underpoints you can see here. So first step I would always recommend, and it's crucial for us, is well-trained colleagues and so to say all interested parties. Next slide, please. So now we are coming to the defined behavior, to the principle defined behavior. And in order to change behavior, one must make it clear what the expected safe behavior actually is. But before we come to the writing down the definitions, first challenge is to find the unsafe behavior that contribute to the occupational safety. What we understand after the target behavior is anything or any kind of unsafe behavior which is currently causing us any kind of troubles or any pain in the department. When we are identifying these target behaviors, we are using sources for it. So first, we will look into our reports of any kind of our accidents or incidents, then to our near-miss reporting, any kind of results from safety audits, safety inspections, safety talks, yes. And then, of course, also the experience and knowledge of our associates, because a lot of safety behavior hasn't yet resulted in accidents or any kind of incidents or near misses. However, it has potential, and our leaders, they see it maybe every day or often they address it, but nothing is changing. So this is also one of the source. Then any kind of complaints and conflicts, dissatisfactions with the work or work results, and the last but not least is our operating and work instructions. I personally recommend to our colleagues to start with minimum 3 up to 5, maximum 7 target behaviors that they identify where we start. The reason is to keep it clear and in brief, to avoid or at least minimize that our colleagues become overwhelmed by the system. So basically we say start slow but properly, and then later when you know the system and how it works, and when you also practice and train it, and you feel then a champion, and you don't need any more also support from me as an HSE department as a safety officer, then you can also increase the numbers of the safety behavior or the target behavior. Next slide, please. So in the third step is then the real definition. Yes, so we define specifically what behavior associates must perform in order to achieve the change, because often, or we do see often, that things are done in incorrect way because we haven't shown, or we really haven't defined properly how it should be done in the safe way. You see here on the slide what should the definition of behavior contain, and the red marked parts are the one which we insist to be in the definition. So first is clarity. We define the behavior very specific. Best example is very general, or what we have often general definitions of the rule, which are during this activity must be where the appropriate personal protective equipment must be there. Okay, that's very general. Now we would define in detail what kind of personal protective equipment must be used. Secondly, we focus that we also describe safe behavior. We often describe things we want to avoid or things which are not allowed. But we switch this mindset and we are describing the safe behavior. Yes, for example, we have in our logistic one rule that the pallet mustn't be never outside the marking. This is perfect example of when we are describing exactly unsafe behavior. Even we are forbidding it or whatsoever, we are describing unsafe behavior. And the change is now that we want to now in our new definitions write, I always place the pallet inside the marking. It's clear and it's safe, and no one can then somehow argue with it. Next very important point is observability. So one who is observing or doing the observation must see, also must be able to see these safe behaviors. In our case, we are talking about the rooms which are closed, like for example, our painting shops, where the observer usually has no access to go inside, or we are avoiding that we are using a kind of definition as associates must always work with high concentration and etc. You can never see inside of someone's heads. So that's the next thing. Then in the definition, written definition, we always look that there is person as a subject, action, predicate, and object. Yes. Then active behavior, measurable, reliability, place, time, and way. It's good to have it there, but we do not so insist on it. I have prepared for you here down 2 examples. For example, I put on safety glasses when entering the workplace. You see here that the subject, we use the subject of the first person, and also that the next that there are objects and the workplace, so where. Next slide, please. So fourth is that we include our associates in the process, and we pick up from them the acceptance. It's important that the colleagues agree to some level what they are going to do, or what we want to them is doable and reachable. They might have, and they often discuss that it might be hard, or it might take too much time, but for the basic level they have to accept it. Next slide, please. The 5th step is the preparation for our observations. In this preparation phase, we are developing a checklist, which you can see here on the right side. At the moment, we are using this simple checklist. In the future, close future, I hope we want to switch to the IT tool. Here, the difference is that the formulation is here in the passive in comparison in the slide before. Next slide, please. The 6th step is the planning of the observations. So before we come to the observation, first every department individually we define the time and duration of the observation. That we make sure that the observed activity will take place, that we take into account all the shifts, and approximately we are planning 2 to 3 observations per week. It's possible that in the future that we will also carry out observation associates to associate, but at the moment we are in the phase where the leaders or executives are performing the observations. Next slide, please. Okay, now we are coming to the core part of the behavior-based safety system, and that is carrying out the observation and giving positive feedback. One could argue that it's 2 steps, 7th and 8th. However, when you are doing the observation, at the same time, you are giving also the positive feedback. We also we do not consider observation as at controls in our location, and they have no disciplinary consequences, and therefore also all data are processed anonymously. I would say we will switch because of the time pressure to the next slide. No one before. Exactly. And now we are coming to the feedback. This is very important to understand that positive feedback is, and only this positive feedback works as a positive reinforcement which confirms and increase safe behavior. And this is exactly what we want. We want to achieve the change from unsafe behavior to safe behavior through this positive feedback. If we do not give positive feedback on observed positive safe behavior, then we cannot expect change in the behavior. Yes, but again, Mr. or Professor Bordline is diving more deeper in this theoretical part, how it is from the psychological point of view is working. What we are training our colleagues is to recognize the positive, to safe behavior and give the positive feedback, because in the past, and what we are doing, we are very good in recognizing mistakes, or what doesn't work, or what is unsafe, and that give feedback mostly negative for it. But we want also this positive feedback come to the safe level, that we have a balance and then achieve the change in this behavior. Next slide, please. So this one slide, it's what is now in our future steps. So currently at the moment, we are collecting and documenting data. So we just collect the checklist, which I showed you before, and we are transferring manually this data in the Excel files. But this is absolutely not practical and sustainable for the size of our location, and therefore we are now on the search, and we want to use in the future for the good IT tool, which will help us to do it in the better way. Next step. Next slide. Thank you. So, and the future steps are, of course, after we have a good IT tool, we have enough collected data to do the evaluation of this data, the quality of the data consistency, quality of the observation, and effectiveness of the positive feedback. After that, we will set up our goals. And the last step, the 11th step, will be the initiating of the system change if it will be necessary. Last slide, please. And last but not least, I would like to show you our developing of our accident rate. As I said, we have started in 2018 with the development step by step through the location, and we are not at the end. It will take us a lot of time, but we are already now seeing how the BBS system has contributed to decreasing our accident rate in the last especially 2 years. So thank you very much for your attention. I am open now to any kind of questions. I would like to just only now short note or comment. The system is very big, a lot of steps. It takes a lot of time, and it's very hard to maybe explain it in so short time here. So please feel free to contact me now or give me questions or any kind of questions, of course, in the future.
Thank you so much. What a fantastic presentation, and lovely to hear all of the steps that are involved in the behavioral-based safety. One question is, when you conduct a behavioral-based safety intervention with a worker, what is your best experience you can remember of how you have done it? Maybe one time you did it. If you could tell me just quickly, a refreshing story about this.
Well, I think one story which always repeats itself is that when we start with the positive feedback to give, it's a kind of shock. It's shock for the associates to receive it, and it's not easy for leaders also learn it to give it. But the appreciation which come back, it's not only contribution to our safety culture, it's to our whole culture. Yeah, so safety is not only to avoid the accidents, but for us it's about the well-being of the colleagues, and they are of course happy and joyful that their work is all recognized, that good work is recognized, and they are acknowledged about it, and they simply receive this positive feedback. And this is something also which makes joy also for me and also for the colleagues to see these feedbacks, and we are not there only having only the problems or the discussions or argues when something is done wrongly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time, and have a wonderful day where you are. So thank you so much. Okay, so we have our last presentation today, all the way from Japan. I'm introducing one of the most fantastic speakers today, who you have heard just briefly, but don't know too much about. So today I am introducing Ms. Riko Tojo. So Riko is a senior researcher for the National Institution of Occupational Health and Safety in Japan in Mechanical System and Safety Research Group. She is the Center for Research and Promotion and the International Affairs Senior Researcher. Now, she has an amazing presentation for us today in regards to the effects of three-position enabling switch for robot teaching of the well-being of workers under the man-machine collaborative system. And she's going to introduce you to the human-machine well-being diverse operation, or HMWDO. So I'm looking very forward to hearing from you, Ms. Riko. Thank you so much. It's over to you.
Thank you, Julian. Title is that Julian introduced. So, okay, I will start. Okay, it is first of all, I explain important role of three-position enabling switch, and today in automated factories, the environment in which robots work together is becoming more commonplace. It is expected that robots will improve productivity and eliminate labor shortages. On the other hand, The energy contained in robot is so powerful, and once an accident occurs, it can be serious situation. As you can see this figure, there is some work for workers to approach mechanical equipment even in automated facilities. Startup, handling, abnormality failure, process switching, and maintenance are higher risk tasks than auto operation. Enabling devices are effective in reducing the risk of workers when they are access to machinery. There is a job, there is a job called robot teaching, which workers teach how to work to robot. See these pictures. There is a robot teaching. The robot teaching is one of the high risk tasks for workers because they approach robots without stopping. The use of enabling devices is one of the risk reduction methods to avoid occupational accidents during teaching, such as collisions with robots. As shown in this picture, the enabling device enables to workers and robot closely. I will explain the function of 3-position enable switch here. A function of the general push button switch is well known for general people. Let's say this 2-position switch turns on when it is pressed and turns off when it is released. On the other hand, in 3-position enabling switch, it turns on if worker pushes the button lightly and off when he or she releases the button. In addition, if worker pushes the button farther from on, it turns off. That's why this device called a 3-position switch. Push lightly on and release off and push hard off. Why 3-position enable switch is safer than 2-position switch? The US robot standard suggests that behavior of people release or grasp when they are surprised. In addition, people cannot act calmly when danger is imminent near them or just at the tip of their nose. If you are surprised and squeeze your hand, you can stop the robot with the 3-position switch, because if you push the button hard, it turns off. However, with the 2-position switch, the switch remains on when you are squeeze it, and you cannot stop the robot. Therefore, the 3-position switch, which turns off even if you release or squeeze it when you are surprised, is safe and is a very smart switch that takes advantage of the reaction to human astonishment. And I will show you the example of the video. Okay, this slide shows functional difference of enabling switch when push it strongly in hazardous situation between 2-position and 3-position switches. Okay, then I will explain the some kind of a popular condition of 3-position enabling switch. Okay, beside of globalization, the 3-point enable switch has also been adopted by robot manufacturers around the world and contributed to the safety of robot workers around the world. According to a report by the International Federation of Robot, FIR, data shows that there are currently 3 million industrial robots exist in the world. In other words, the 3-position enabling switch contributes to the safety of the people working on these 3 million industrial robots. In addition, as the report shows, Industrial robots are expected to be introduced more and more, making 3-position enable switch even more important. Okay, against this background, 3-position enabling switch are becoming more and more globalized. For example, ANSI, the standard in the United States, and RIA and ISO require the use of the 3-position enabling switch. In addition, IEC makes the required specification of the 3-position enable switch itself as an international standard. 3-position enable switch is not only used to ensure safety during robot teaching. You saw the presentation of Daiwa Housing Company. That is an example of the company using 3-position enable switch. And recently, as shown in Mr. Mori's presentation, 3-position enable switch is getting popular in other purpose of usage. Okay, thank you. And as shown in the fourth period of the figure, the robot revolution and Industry 4.0 are expanded to the application of 3-position enabling switches. In the future, the 3-position enabling switch is expected to further contribute to collaborative safety. Safety 2, which is safety in situation where machines and people collaborate. Okay, and we go to the next. And this is the purpose and summary of our experiment. We did experiment using 3 enabling switch. And we evaluated safety, operability, and well-being under using enabling device. We have achieved safety of machinery through rule, machinery, and equipment without relying on workers. However, this is the error that safety of machinery is achieved by integration of worker, rule, machinery, and equipment. This figure is 3-dimensional functions of 3-position enabling switch. This device has been progressed thinking of 2 functions, which are operability in addition to safety so far. From index of safety, possibility to avoid risk is considered deeply, as I mentioned earlier slides. On the other hand, about indicator of operability, this device is proceeded according to feeling tired from long-term use or viewpoint of whether it is possible to change hands. Then finally, we decided to run experiment examining well-being under using enabled device. Of course, everybody might agree that comfortability of operation would be increased if enabling device modified from one side only to both hand switchable, because one hand has some problems, like fatigue during long-term teaching, because worker cannot change hand, and if worker is left-handed, he or she gets some kind of disadvantages. Then both hand switchable enabled device was developed. However, no one has examined the comfortability, that is well-being, from a worker's viewpoint so far. We examined 2 things at Toyota Motor Corporation. In experiment 1, we examined the fatigue resistance effect by switching left and right. And in experiment 2, we observed the operation when the subject wanted to stop robot using 3-position enabling switch. Okay, this was at where we run experiments. One worker and one collaborative robot existed in the same area of the productive loading process. Two kinds of movement of robot were used in the present experiment. One was collaborate mode with usual speed. Another, which was used in experiment 2, abnormal operation in high-speed mode. In both experiments were engaged with that subjects and robot secured a distance that did not collision. The worker controlled the robot using 3-position enabling switch with either hand. Okay, I introduced experiment 1. The first experiment was examine the effect of switching hand on particle resistance. Procedure were 1. Let subjects decide main hand for operation. 2. Keep on position of 3-position enabling switch with main hand. And that under that condition, robot was operating during this time. And 3, released main hand if he or she was tired, pushing with main hand. And the robot is once stopped. And procedure 4, keep the on position of 3-position enable switch with no main hand, and the robot is moving at that time. And if he or she felt that main hand was recovered, measuring operatable, stop doing with no main hand, and returned to main hand preferentially. So that is a procedure. And subject were 24 Toyota workers. All of them have experienced robot teaching using 3-position enabling switch. And experiment time was for 30 minutes. And we measured number of switch and operation duration. And experimenter recognized operating hand with indicator. And this one is the some kind of a signal for experimenters. Okay. This is the result of experiment 1. Okay, 5 out of 24 subjects switched hand, and 90 subjects, which is about 80%, did not switch. So that is a result. And one of the 90 people, who did not switch, one commented that he had a strong sense of continuity, and one more commented that he was about switching. The pie figure, therefore, looked like this. Okay, 2 people without switching hand, strong sense of continuation, and almost limit, and one another person who switched hand after holding for 25 minutes out of 30 minutes are practically equivalent. It is clarified that there are 3 types of worker. Type 1, people who switch hands to avoid fatigue, and type 2, people who switch hand after holding the limit. And type 3, those who are less likely to get tired getting the hand of it. The result shows that switchable 3-position enable switches available to variety style of working, let's say diversity. So we concluded that 3-position enabling switch contributes to accomplish human-machine well-being diverse operation. We call it HMW. Do is the new word for us. So 3-position enable switch satisfied HMW do. Okay. Then go to the experiment 2. The procedure in experiment 2 was subjects kept on position during the time the robot moved, and the movement of robot suddenly changed to abnormal, dangerous mode, high speed. And we observed the behavior of the subjects, whether they release hand or push the button strongly. And the condition is the same as, almost the same as experiment 1. Okay, the Toyota workers engaged the experiment 2 as well. Okay, this one is the detailed data and the result of experiment 2. In phase 1, the robot was abnormal movement without prior explanation. Suddenly robot was the behavior of robot get abnormal mode, and then the ratio of the behavior is like this, and almost 95.5% almost of all subjects kept on position because they did not feel any danger, because they knew the distance is safety enough. And then in phase 2, in experiment 2, we instructed to stop when the robot moved abnormally. Then the ratio changed like this. So their behavior were different. So these results show that 3 position enabling switches available to variety style of worker. So again, the 3 position enable switch satisfied the HMW human machine well-being diverse operation. So that is the result of 2 experiments. And look at the result of interview. There are so many comments. So we have to think of HMW, human machine well-being diverse operation, as a near futures topic. Okay, summary. And 3 position enabling switch enhance both safety and well-being issues. And relationship between operability and safety are clarified. And for achieving HMW by 3 position enabling a switch, further human operation issues of investigation and development will be needed. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sojo. I actually found this presentation very inspiring. The work that you're completing with Dr. Fujita, as well as yourself and Mitsubishi, is very interesting. First of all, 3 million industrial robots in hand and working right now today, with expected increases, which are dramatic increases with the changes and the acceleration of automation and robotics during the COVID period. The possibility of the additional measures for dexterity, the additional measures to reduce fatigue, the additional measures to actually increase human well-being whilst working alongside robotics are huge. And I think what we're saying is we've got this brand new concept to explore of human well-being alongside robots.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think so far workers were selected by robot, because robots say like come to me, certificated people, and operate me correctly. But from now, worker can select how to operate the robot, and the robot obey some kind of the diversity of workers' style, and that will be very nice communication each other, and workers read robot condition and the robot read workers condition. So it is a real meaning of safety 2.0, I think.
I think so. You're talking about real collaboration where actually you're working together and you are measuring each other, checking how they are feeling and helping them. So this is actually, as you say, this real 2.0 stepping forward. I would like to just hand over to Mr. Shimizu to maybe ask a question also in Japanese.
Okay, Dr. 北条生、人の多様性を、ロボットが読む、それから逆に人が、ロボットの動きを見る、そういったセーフティ 2.0 で実施しているような協調安全で使えるような、デバイスを今回は実験で、証明したというところでございます。はい。
David is the corporate head of HSE culture and communication and training. The very last time I saw you, we shared a taxi from the Helsinki Vision Zero conference. This was in 2019 in November. Today, you give us a fantastic story about your company as Saipan. And I'm going to throw it over to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, Gillian, and thanks to you and the organizers for having me. Good morning, good afternoon to everyone, wherever you are, and it's a great pleasure to be part of this Vision Zero Summit, because I really believe in Vision Zero, and I really believe zero is possible. And yeah, I have a story to share with you. Of course, to create a strong health and safety culture, to achieve Vision Zero, it takes courage, it takes relentless commitment, and of course, it takes vision, and it doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. And our journey started 15 years ago. We are a global organization counting 35,000 people all over the world, coming from more than 120 different nationalities, and operating in the oil and gas industry as an oil and gas services company, a contractor. And we are used to operate in very challenging environment, challenging operations, and probably the greatest challenge is to protect our people. And in 2006, 15 years ago, when this cultural change evolution journey started, I remember well, because I was there, our safety performance were in line with the industry average, sometimes even better than the benchmark with our clients and competitors. But within that line, within that average, we were having many incidents and many fatalities. And all our investigations revealed that behind these incidents, behind these fatalities, there were kind of lack of safety culture, safety leadership along the entire chain of command. And our management at the time really wanted to address this organizational issue. And the mandate that was given to the HSE department was to develop a leadership in safety program that could transform our leaders, our organizational leaders, into safety leaders, with the belief that leadership, above anything else, has the power to influence behaviors and therefore shaping a strongest safety culture. And with the team, I remember I was lucky enough to be part of this task force that worked hard in developing a program that wanted to be innovative compared to what was already available on the market at the time. We really wanted to innovate in the way health and safety was communicated organizationally. And we created a very deep strategy based on emotional engagement, with the ambition to hit hearts before minds. And we really focused on the power of leadership, both formal leadership and informal leadership. So we worked with our formal leaders in order to help them to embrace an aligned vision. So to get them to really understand the intrinsic value of health and safety, getting them to discover this value, to embrace the vision, and giving them the tools to practically discharge their safety leadership in the organization. So part of our job was to greatly support our leaders, our organizational leaders, into their personal self-development as safety leaders, and in their way to cascade safety leadership across each organizational level, and eventually getting to the workforce in a compelling way, in an impactful way that could, of course, engage emotionally and practically every single member of the workforce. But along with this top-down strategy, we created a bottom-up effect, engaging the informal leaders of the organization. So adopting the viral change methodology created by Dr. Leandro Herrero, who we worked together for a few years, selecting, identifying those informal leaders that not because of their position, but because of their way of being, had this influence, this ability to connect easily with people. I'm talking about people who we have or in every social group we are familiar with. There are always these kind of people who are opinion leaders, who are listened, who have a great network of contacts, and identifying and engaging these people, getting them on board, making them feel the power of their natural talent, and asking them help in order to support the cultural acceleration, the safety cultural acceleration in the organization, proved to be very, very effective. So, we manage this kind of to leverage top-down and bottom-up, supporting safety leadership across the organization. And this also was very helped a lot in creating a strong unit within the HSE department, with the mission to support both leaders, former leaders, and workforce. And basically, in my team, in these 15 years, grew. Now I'm responsible in Saipem for communication, training, and culture in terms of HSE, both helping our projects, our business lines internally in implementing these these safety leadership strategies, and continually developing new contents, new materials, new programs to support the various needs, the various operational needs that may arise in each specific project. But in the last 10 years, we have also started to share this know-how that was all developed internally, all this methodology, this leadership in safety methodology, all these contents that were developed within the years. We started to share them externally. And within my department, we provide external services to other organizations, large organizations, who wants to implement leadership in health and safety. So of course, this makes us very proud, because to help other big players in our industry, but also big organizations from other industries, allow us to keep an eye, to keep an innovative eye, a creative mind, working in different contexts and bringing new know-how into our organization. And also, in Saipem is like a laboratory, everything that we develop, every new idea, new program we come up with is tested internally in Saipem, and if it works, then it's offered also externally. And externally, we have also created a non-profit organization called Leadership in Health and Safety Foundation, with the aim to raise, to support the mission of raising the safety culture, not only in the industry, but also in the society where we live, with a very strong focus on the importance of impactful communication, because we really believe that we need to raise the bar. We really need to innovate in the way health and safety is communicated. Of course, this is very clear for you at this conference, at this forum. You know, if you didn't have an open mind, you wouldn't probably be here attending this fantastic summit. But, you know, if I can generalize, we have to, one of our biggest challenges as HSC professionals is to make health and safety interesting, to make health and safety, the health and safety vision, the health and safety value really embraced by every single member of our organization, but I would also say every single citizen, because I think as professionals, we also have the responsibility to help our social environments, the societies where we live, to, you know, to grow in terms of safety cultures. And when I talk about safety culture, it's not only about safety at work, it's also safety outside work, on the road, at home, and so on. So I think there is still a lot that can be done, you know, in the world every day. Even today, there are more than 7,000 people losing their life at work, or because of a illness because of work, and this is shocking. The numbers are shocking. We really need to have, you know, I saw some slides about the Agenda 2030, and it's fantastic, you know, to work on these ESG objectives, you know, to help our planet in being more sustainable. And the 17 objectives signed by every single member of the United Nations is great, but you know that in this window, within these 17 objectives, we don't have an objective about health and safety culture or health and safety at work. And yeah, there is objective number 8 about dignity at work, and one of their sub-elements is about health and safety at work. But health and safety hasn't got the window, you know, the exposure of these 17 objectives. And I think one initiative that we launched in Italy through the Leadership in Health and Safety Foundation is to launch this provocation, you know, to add an 18th objective. It's just a symbolic 18th objective, but in order to give us the vision, concrete vision, because vision 0 is great, but we also need to translate vision in realistic objectives in companies and also in governments. And I think we should all, as professionals, aim to reduce by 50%, 50, the number of fatalities at work in the world by 2030. I think this is a very ambitious but realistic target that we should all set ourselves, communicate, and engage as many people to embrace. Because yes, vision 0 is great, but let's remember the difference between vision and targets, you know, realistic targets. And I think we need to you know, to have the ambition to reduce at least by 50% in 10 years and link our effort to Agenda 2030. But going back to the Saipem story, you know, our journey over these 15 years, you know, 15 years of continual development of program content, rollout of leadership in safety methodology, and the number of accidents, incidents, fatalities continually decreased, you know, continually decreased over these 15 years. We made a calculation that if we kept the same average, the same level of frequency rates that we had 15 years ago, which, as I said earlier, were absolutely in line with the industry average, was not worse than the benchmark. But if we kept that frequency rate during these 15 years, we would have killed 100 more people. 100 more people. So it means that we saved 100 lives, and this makes us of course, very proud, not completely satisfied because we still have accident incidents. We had over these 15 years still some fatalities, but we are very, very happy to celebrate that after 15 years of continuous commitment, we achieved in 2021 0 fatalities. And when we comes to company counting 35,000 people, 250 million working man hours, well, achieving 0 fatalities is an amazing result. And this proves that, yes, Vision Zero is possible. It proves that it's very important to have a long-term vision. As I said at the beginning, it takes courage, it takes time, it takes relentless commitment, but it's fundamental to have a vision, and it's fundamental to translate this vision in specific, realistic targets. Our target was 0 fatalities, which is different than 0 accidents. 0 accidents is the vision, but the target was 0 fatalities, and we managed to get there. Now, of course, our challenge is to maintain this 0 as long as possible, for always, hopefully. But I really support any one of you to. I know we can achieve these results just by ourselves as an HSC community. But I think one of our greatest responsibilities is to engage our senior leaders, inspire them, supporting their personal development into safety leaders, and helping them to influence their organizations and shape a stronger and stronger safety culture, which is the key predictor of 0. So thank you very much for listening. This is a short story. Of course, there is so much things that could be said, so many things that could be shared. It's 15 years of development, 15 years of content, but I'm always available and very happy to keep in contact through LinkedIn or through our LHS Foundation and continue this conversation, this networking, which is great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, David. 15 years in 15 minutes. Feels like it just didn't give it enough of an honor. And I have to say some compelling numbers when you say that if you were to continue to damage the way that you had been, there would be 100 people who would not be with us today.
Yeah.
I think that's a very compelling reverse engineering of your statistics, and one actually that other organizations should consider because it's a very compelling way to reverse your numbers. First of all, thank you so much for that, and congratulations, because an organization of your size and complexity, 35,000 people, this is impressive. I also look forward to speaking with you again, especially about your target for a number 18 of the SDGs. And I think that the Safety Governance Foundation, where I work, and the Leadership Foundation, where you work, should absolutely speak with each other about this. And I'm very sure that there's a couple of other foundations who are listening today who are very ready for a conversation as well. So let's talk more, and thank you so much. Congratulations on your work. Congratulations on your company, and share that back to all your leaders who together, informal and formal leaders, have made amazing change. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are very happy to also invite our friends from Finland, Mr. Antti Liino and his good colleague, Mr. Matti Palomäki. The group that we have here today, Mr. Antti Liino, is actually from the leading company Skanska Group, which uses and knowledge and foresight to shape the way that people live, work, and connect. Mr. Antti is the Vice President for HSC and also the Chairman of Safety Group Federation of Finnish Construction Industries. He is also the Vice Chairman of the Association of Finnish Safety Managers. Mr. Matti joins us from Terveysalo, Finland. This is my interpretation of the name, so you can correct me shortly, who is an occupational health physician. Together, they will give us an interesting presentation about workshopping with the workforce to prevent occupational ill health. Now I give you both the floor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Can you hear me okay?
Okay, I hope the screen sharing is now live. Is that correct?
It is correct. Please, we welcome you to the floor.
Thank you. Employees in construction industry generally or globally actually suffer from poor health and safety performance. It is also a vast economical problem questioning the sustainability of the industry. To what extent do clients, regulators, and general audience accept this matter? In Finland, we have been seeing good progress in construction health and safety performance, but there is still a lot to improve. Typically, occupational ill health problem prevention is less prioritized than accident prevention in construction. This is because of the nature how they appear. Accidents result in immediate tragedies, even fatalities, contrary to health problems that often affect work ability slowly, even over a number of years, yet resulting in individual loss of work ability. Skanska Finland, that I'm representing, is partnering with Terveystalo, a leading private Nordic healthcare service company, to together improve occupational health at our construction sites. Today, many companies, including us, have sustainability policies which strive to provide an injury-free and safe working environment, including management of health risks. And I have indeed with me occupational health physician Matti Palomäki. We will together describe how we've been closing the gap between health and safety policy aspirations and real site level actions that needs to take place. By using a comprehensive workshopping technique, we have been able to engage workforce in effective ill health prevention. Skanska Finland employs roughly 5,000 persons daily on our job sites, from which we have 1,100 Skanska blue-collar workers. In 2015, we revised our health information management to support the change. Firstly, to secure right prevention action, we need to have the facts where to focus. We regularly bring our occupational health service specialists to visit our sites and gather the health information, for instance, on exposures and ergonomics. Like in the first picture, we have multidisciplinary group exploring iron work at site. The group consists of health and safety manager, occupational health physician, physiotherapist, and the workers. With this, we are getting comprehensive analysis on ironwork health factors. And this valuable information is then modified and utilized both in the policy and procedure revisions and guideline documents that we call job health risk data sheets. To utilize this information, we then have several methods, amongst other regular news bulletins, toolbox talks, and the trainings, including workshops. That is our main topic today. And finally, job health information is brought to the company safety committees, and on site level, it supports safe task planning and machinery and tool selection. And let's take a closer look at the workshopping technique.
Thank you, Antti. The most important occupational health risks in construction work that we have identified are listed here. Noise is the most prevalent hazard in construction work, and although there has been significant progress in the usage of hearing protectors, we still have many new cases of occupational hearing loss every year. Exposure to dust, including wood dust and especially silica dust, is very common amongst construction workers. Hand-arm vibration caused by the usage of power tools is a significant risk factor, especially amongst workers using drill hammers. Construction work is physically demanding overall and causes strain on the back, neck, shoulders, and lower and upper limbs. Physical strain is exacerbated by difficult work postures and hand-arm vibration. Although occupational accidents aren't as common in Finland than in most countries globally, and fatal accidents are rare, we still have occupational accidents leading to sick leave and sometimes to permanent disability. Psychosocial stress is an important risk factor in construction work. Tight schedules are characteristic for construction work, leading many times to heavy workload and stress, and can cause burnout, anxiety, and depression. Especially managers working on large-scale projects with tight schedules are exposed to high levels of stress. Workshops with the employees are one of our tools aimed at improving health and safety at the workplace. The main reason we started to use workshops as a tool to spread information about occupational health risks was that although we have given our employees lots of information, it is very hard to change an individual employee's behavior. Also, many times, general information about good practices is not straight away applicable to a specific work task and needs input from the workers themselves so we can find actually usable solutions to the problem at hand. Also, when we engage employees to think about the solutions themselves, it is more likely that they will be motivated to actually change their behavior in comparison with just telling employees on how to do their job correctly. Employees who might, for example, have 30 years of experience on a specific work task. We have workshops on many different subjects. For example, we have workshops aimed at evaluating psychosocial stress at a specific construction site, and the evaluation might include a questionnaire for the participants before the workshop. We have workshops aimed at improving well-being at work, for example, with flexible working hours. There are workshops that evaluate difficult work postures and are aimed at finding the most ergonomic solutions to the problems. Some of our workshops are aimed to give workers information about occupational health hazards, such as dust, hand-arm vibration, or noise. All of our workshops are aimed at engaging participants to think about solutions to these problems at an individual, group, and organizational level. All of our workshops follow a similar arc, and they usually last an hour. In the beginning, participants receive the workshop material, which is a A3 size paper that has an introduction with information about the hazard at hand. And after that, the material guides the participants through the workshop. After the introduction, participants are guided to think about the hazard and what it means for them individually, and what can they themselves do to manage it. After that, there's a small group discussion. In the end, there is a final discussion where the participant group discusses about solutions to the problem and may even decide on corrective and preventative actions. Workshops are only one of our tools aimed at improving health and safety at the workplace. Our efforts range from population strategies aimed at all of Skanska's employees to individual solutions to support workers with a disability or an occupational disease. These actions listed here are only some of them. General information about occupational health risks is spread to employees in various ways that Antti already talked about earlier in the presentation. To combat occupational hearing loss, every employee at Skanska is eligible to get personally customized hearing protectors, which increase the workers' ability to communicate with each other with the goal of promoting continuous usage of hearing protectors at the construction site. Musculoskeletal disorders on the lower limbs, for example, osteoarthritis in the knee, are the most common causes of sick leave with construction workers. With systematically using more construction lifts, we can reduce musculoskeletal disorder on the lower limbs and support workers with disability. This year, we're focusing even more on assessing psychosocial stress, and we have developed a model where the risks are always evaluated and rated at the beginning of a new construction site. If psychosocial risk factors are rated high, the preventative interventions might include a workshop at the site led by an occupational psychologist. Our occupational physiotherapists do functional movement screenings to construction workers at construction sites and gives them guidance in accordance with the results on how to exercise to prevent musculoskeletal disorders. We at Terveystalo's Occupational Health Care do tight collaboration with Skanska to support workers with disability. We have occupational healthcare negotiations where we're trying to find individual solutions on how to support a worker, for example, when they're coming back to work from sick leave. For example, we can support workers by reducing specific physical strain or reducing working hours. If a worker can't manage in physical work because of a musculoskeletal disorder, we can find solutions to train them in physically less demanding work, for example, in management. The newest tool to support workers with shoulder disability is our exoskeleton, which reduces strain in the upper limbs when holding arms in the air.
Thank you, Matti. We know workforce has the first-hand knowledge on the job health and safety risks, and more often also through general awareness building, knowledge on the respective preventative action. It is then about the organizational learning process to utilize this base knowledge and create an environment and culture in which improvements can really happen. In 2015, we chose the workshopping technique to go forward. We trained our site managers to facilitate the workshops with Terveystalo's specialist support. At their best, the workshops create a platform for building not only health awareness and discussion of what behavior is acceptable, but they also create the time and the place for decision-making on needed preventative action. By leveraging this and the revised health information management, we've been able to prevent occupational ill health in many ways. One of the main findings is in the reduction of sick leave days caused by musculoskeletal disorders. The number has reduced by 30% per worker in 4 years. We calculate that this has resulted in approximately 1.2 million euro savings in care compensation and productivity loss costs. Finally, we find that the workshopping with workforce contributes not only in this health aspect, but in many other ways, beneficial ways as well. It creates mutual trust, psychological safety, understanding and commitment that will generally lead to fewer disturbances in the construction work. Thank you for your attention.
Many thanks, Mr. Antti and Matti. What a fantastic presentation, and also an amazing partnership of 7 years now It must have been an interesting journey to start. I wonder if you could just tell us briefly how you started your journey, Antti. When did you
yes.
how did you start?
Yeah, in Finland, it's a mandatory thing to have occupational health service provided to all the employees. And we really went through this process of evaluating the partners we had at that time. And what happened was actually we chose one partner to cover all the services. And this created the platform for really having this strategic approach, which before that was a local service in each city. We had more or less different partners. So we established this strategic work and made this strategy together and found that actually this is a leading company to support us. So it was this fruitful discussion that started then.
Thank you, Mr. Antti. Marty, it must be so exciting to see the changes over the period of time that you have worked alongside Skanska. Can you maybe share me one example of an excellent outcome that you were most excited about?
There has been progress made in many fronts, and maybe the best cases are when we can support a worker with disability to find good work for them. For example, it is pretty common that a worker has some musculoskeletal disorder and he can't continue as a worker. And we have an excellent program where we can train these workers on management, and then they can continue in that work, and because they have good experience in working, they're usually very good employees also. And those are the things that come to mind first.
That is an excellent story, and one that's very important, because when we look at the social value of companies, when we work alongside a person for so long and at some point they may take an injury, if we can assure that they are continuing within our workplace and they are still having meaningful work, which then adds even more value back to the company, but then also society, because they continue being employed. This is a fantastic outcome, and one that I'm proud of both your companies and an excellent case study to share with us today. So thank you very much for your excellent insights from Finland.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
最後になりましたが、ビジョンゼロサミット2022セッション J での特別インタビューに参加していただく方を紹介いたします。
Okay, this is the final topic in Session J, Vision Zero Summit 2020. We have a special interview. Okay, we introduce the title and special guest.
本インタビューのトピックは、日本の安全衛生の現状、リスクアセスメントの取り組みです。私はセッション J の司会を担当しております。労働者健康安全機構労働安全衛生総合研究所の清水と申します。
Okay, the title of special interview is Current Status of Health and Safety in Japan, Initiative to Risk Assessment. The interviewer is Mr. Shoken Shimizu in J 内容。
では、特別インタビューゲストを紹介いたします。厚生労働省労働基準局安全衛生部安全課の釜石秀夫安全課長様です。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Okay, special guest today in Session J is Mr. Hideo Kamaishi, the Director of Safety Division in Industrial Safety and Health Department at Labor Standard Bureau in Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare, Japan.
よろしくお願いします。
はい、よろしくお願いします。では、最初の質問をさせていただきます。日本における労働災害の発生状況を教えてください。
Okay, the first question is, could you please tell us about the occurrence of occupational accident in Japan?
はい、日本における労働災害は長期的には減少しています。しかしながら、近年、労働人口が高齢化しており、それにより、高齢者の転倒、腰痛などの災害が著しく増加しています。その結果、労働災害の総数は増加している状況にあります。
ありがとうございました。
Okay, the answer for the first question is, occupational accidents have decreased in the long run. However, in recent years, the number of occupational accidents caused by the working behavior of older workers, such as falls and back pain, has increased remarkably due to the aging of the working population. As a result, the total number of occupational accidents is increasing again.
では、次の質問に移りたいと思います。社会災害の発生状況についてはいかがでしょうか。
Okay, we're going to next move to question 2. How about the occurrence of mechanical accidents?
機械災害も長期的には減少傾向にあります。リスクアセスメントの普及は機械災害の減少に一定の効果をもたらしたと私たちは信じています。
はい、ありがとうございます。
釜石課長、ブルーのバーの、意味は定着式機械、赤い部分は移動式機械でよろしいでしょうか。英語で説明します。The blue part of the figure, the bars, means the static machine, and red part means mobile machine. Is that correct?
はい、その通りです。
はい、ありがとうございました。はい、では最後の質問をさせていただきます。機械災害についての今後の課題は何でしょうか。
Okay, the next one is the last question. Question 3. What are the future challenges for mechanical accidents?
ある都道府県において2020年に発生した機械災害について個別に調査した結果によりますと、法令違反のない機械災害が半数以上、また非定常作業時の機械災害が4割といった状況が分かりました。このようなことから引き続きリスクアセスメントの推進が必要と考えています。具体的には機械安全化の改善事例集の公開やリスクアセスメントの実施を支援するホームページの公開などに取り組んでいるところです。また、中小規模の事業所を中心に厚生労働省安全課が作成した機械安全化の改善事例集や、職場の安全サイトに掲載されているリスクアセスメントの実施支援システムについて再度周知して、機械災害防止のためリスクアセスメントの実施率を引き上げる必要があると考えています。
ありがとうございました。
Okay. The answer is, according to the result of individual survey of mechanical accidents that occurred in 2020 in a certain prefecture in Japan, it was found that more than half of the mechanical accidents do not violate laws and regulations, and 40% of mechanical accidents occurred during non-routine work. We believe it is necessary to continue to promote risk assessment. Specifically, we are working on the publication of machine safety improvement case studies and the publication of a website that supports the implementation of risk assessment. Focusing on small and medium-sized business, we should re-announce the importance of the machine safety improvement casebook and the risk assessment implementation support system created by the Safety Division of the Ministry of Health, Labor and Welfare and posted on the workplace disaster site. To prevent accident, it is necessary to raise the implementation rate of risk assessment.
日本の労働災害の現状や今後の展望など分かりやすくご説明していただきまして大変ありがとうございました。これで釜石秀夫安全課長様の特別インタビューを終了いたします。本日はどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you for listening to our interview.
Okay. Thank you very much to all the presenters, and thank you to Ms. Natalia and Dr. Konkolsky. I would like to thank Ms. Julian and Dr. Hojo for sub-chairing. That concludes the presentation of Session J. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks.